Oh, wait, my microphone is already over there. Okay, I brought my microphone back in front of me, but now everything's saturating. What the heck? Okay. Know why it does that. Just like gain into oblivion. So now the gain is not like off the charts. I'll start talking. Wait, I already started talking. Thanksgiving came and went. That is 2023 for historical reference, which is my usual opportunity to buy games. Because I try to only buy games when they're on sale. And the only ones I really had to buy right now were Unaminko and Only Up. So I got those bought, and that's about it. Anyway, back to this game. So to clear up some confusion, there was in the way it comes packaged, the Zephyrum build, there was some save files, and some of the save files had thumbnails to them, which usually, like all my save files I have, for example, I'll have Yuki in a thumbnail, but that little square picture there apparently can change what character it displays, because, well, that was the case in some of the saves done came packaged with the Zephyrum build. Now, I don't know why he didn't clean his saves out before he sent it, basically, but it might be because he just forgot to do that, right? But, unfortunately, there's spoilers in that, because one of them contained Kinjo, which suggested at some point you play as Kinjo, kind of like how you play as Nagito in the 4th chapter of Danganronpa 2. But then also there was a thumbnail of someone who, I don't recall exactly, but I thought it was a Kyoka. So it would have been a relative perhaps of Maki, who's the victim in the first chapter. Just to clarify, so just so you know, why I thought that Kisaragi Hanzo had yellow hair is because I was mixing him up with the potential relative of Maki that I saw in the thumbnail in the Zephyrum build. But those are completely different names. They could be completely different people. So it actually shouldn't be a surprise he had blue hair, because until then we didn't see his hair color. His hair color, that is. Now, I think Kisaragi Hanzo would still be the person in the cage, which changes from my original guess when I saw that Zephyrum spoiler. Just because he's the guy whose age they keep emphasizing, and the person in the cage is supposed to be someone who does not age. So, I actually think Hanzo, the blue-haired character, is the one in the cage. And also he has an association with Mikako. And there's a suggestion the person in the cage had an association with Mikako, because Mikako was so desperate to get down to that cage. And he has a woman that he loves in the game that was still alive at that time. So that's kind of a mix-up. As far as like more lore that got revealed since opening up Chapter 4, no, not really. I mean, we found that image of Kisaragi Hanzo, but I don't really feel like that image really told me anything new except that he had blue hair. Yeah. We know that Hikako really cares about this guy. Has a really strong association with him, but I already guessed that. So nothing really. It's not like much more really happened. Anyway. So I was going to talk to Haruhiko. And for some reason, I'm doubting that. Like I feel like talking to Kane instead. I really feel like talking to Akane instead. So I'll probably talk to Akane instead. I don't know, I just feel like it. There's like no reasoning to this rhyme or reason. Now you do have to be there. A thing can happen with these where, so if you remember Danganronpa 2, for example, you couldn't do the last free time event of Chiaki while you're in the funhouse in chapter 4 because in order to do it, you had to go with her to a specific place. You had to go to the storage room in the clubhouse where like the irons were and stuff like that. And you couldn't do that when you're in the fun house, so you just couldn't do that event. So that could happen with one of these characters when I try to do their last daytime event or something, where you have to go to their room, kind of like Mikako, except I already finished Mikako, so that's good. And Kijima already finished his, and he died, so that's good. But we can't go to their room because we can't access it, so the free time event just doesn't happen. So you always want to save your game before you do free time events. And also, but they might do it like you go into like the small, just bed-only rooms or something. They might, Linju might have improvised it in, unlike Spike Chunsoft in the mainline series that they didn't. We'll see. Oh, this is the locked door. Oh, I haven't hooked this on. Well, we'll lose that line, but who cares? This says the door's locked. Okay. Having trouble. Come on. Ah, gosh. Okay. Now, will it show up? Yes. That's not the right one. Will we be able to get out as soon as possible? We will definitely be able to get out. Okay, generic line. Yeah. I completely understand why gloves were in style for, like, certain times in human history, like the 20s. Because they actually look really good, in my opinion. I usually don't care about fashion, like, at all, but for some reason I think that gloves look really good. Like the dress gloves. Why? What's the science behind that? Like, how you can break that down? I don't know. Yes, with me, you will be together with me. Maeda-kun, you are welcome. Then let's go around and investigate together. I helped with the investigation. Tyra helped with the investigation. It seems that my relationship with Tyra has improved a bit. Okay, let's try this. So, the equipment is Changmi. Yes, and then Sunmu. Now, these ones down at the lower right here are the best gifts. Okay. Finger ornament with finger ornament. But what is it, though? Speed shoes. Vitamins. Red book. Necromancy. Kernel psychology. Infinite power unit. Okay, here's another one of those. It's probably not for her, though. Vitamin gift set. Oh, vitamin gift set. That's what that is. Okay. We know she likes the antique teacup though. So we'll just use it on the person we don't use something we know she likes at the start here, and they can get things can get different later. Thank you so much. This is something I really like. I will definitely repay you later. The way she jumps makes me feel good too. Okay, so it is spieling. At least the second one is going. Mayedeka, we talked a little bit last time when I was leaving. I should probably get my Google Translate out. And maybe DeepL, but I really just need a separate Google Translate window. So I can fix the pronunciation and stuff. It's supposed to be a question that will help me. Korean to English. And then hold on. I told you a little bit about my childhood last time, right? Yeah, okay. I told you a little bit about my childhood last time, right? Which is totally different than what you get from Google just get from the text extractor, because the text extractor doesn't put any space between the words and it tricks it up. The reason why I started working as a maid, question? Or the reason why you started working as a maid. Oh, that's right. Actually, there is someone who helped me after the orphanage collapsed. Thanks to that person, I was able to start a cleaning job, even though I was a bit clumsy, and I think I am who I am today thanks to that person. What kind of person? They travel throughout the country helping children in need and people going through difficulties like me. Like a volunteer? Well, I don't know what he does in detail, or what they do in detail. Actually, I wasn't the only one who received help, but everyone at the orphanage found their way thanks to that person. Sounds like a missionary of some kind. Or is Kisaragi Hanzo? No, I don't even remember it because it was from when I was young. She's like a benefactor to Tyra. Last time I talked to you, I didn't think I could tell you, so I just wanted to tell Mayedeka. Now that I think about it, I decided to talk about my past because it would make the mood gloomy, but I did it again. I'm sorry, Mayedeka, it wasn't fun. No, I think we can, I can learn about Tyra by learning her past. Embarrassed. Good. I'll tell you something really interesting next time. Even though... just even though I'm old, which is kind of wrong. So I'm going to try to do that separately. But it's I travel all over the country and listen to employers, so I know a lot of stories. That part makes sense. The old doesn't make that much. It doesn't make any sense because she is not old. Even though I'm like this. Interesting. Yeah, it's like, even though I'm like this, which isn't really a good even though, but okay. It's better than even though I'm old. Still doesn't make sense. Okay, what is... Gideharge. I look forward to it, Tyra. Tyra smiled and responded to my words. I also had goodbye and parted ways with Tyra. Student handbook has been updated. Afternoon. Well, first thing I want to do is save game. We save it like in 10, I believe. Okay. I believe I already finished all of Ray's. It's not certain, but I would think I would have. I haven't been doing hers just because she's going to be really difficult to Google Translate. Because she has, like, a lot of idioms. She says a lot of strange idioms. I already finished Mikako's, I believe. And you would have been able to do her last one in here. He's also going to be hard to translate because of his idioms. No one in here. There's Mr. I've done one free time event with. While I'm here, let me look and see if there's a... This is just an inventory, it doesn't really... What's Manukuk? Oh... I don't know what that is. Huh. So there's anywhere to look at skills in here. Save, and this is exit the game, I believe. Interesting. Okay, well. We can equip the skill, or we won't equip the skill until we are prompted to, just in case they don't make a bug. Excuse me. Okay, same dialogue as previously. Yes. Same as previously. Same as previously. Okay, now we're out of antique teacups, so it's gonna get harder. Pistol with no live ammunition. Wow. Fountain pen might work. Venus song. Yeah, Venus statue. Cosmetics. Let's try cosmetics. Okay, thank you so much. This is something I really like. I'll definitely repay you later. By giving me a free time event. Okay, my Anakin. Should I tell you something interesting? What interesting? It's a tough one. Something about, do you know what a world tree is? But, I don't see, like, Namo in this word anywhere. What is this word? The world tree. I wonder, interesting. Okay. Segesura. Segesura. No, I don't recognize it. Anyway, Google Translate calls it world tree. The tree from the game What's Wrong with the World's Beast Dragon? What? Is this a Zelda reference or something? I never played that. There you go. That tree that appears in the game called That Dragon Blaw. Called Dragon Blaw? Dragon Blaw. If you get the reference, tell me. I don't. What's Dragon Blaw? It's the game being talked about there. No, I'm not talking about a game. It's a real world tree. A real world tree it is? I don't know if it's true or not, but it's a bit of an urban legend. Let's see here. To grab this last sentence because it's not making sense. Okay, we got Chang Sik. Shui dot dot. Dot dot dot. V dot dot question mark. U dot 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 question mark. The official name is V U what is it? Okay, she's trying to remember. Anyway, there's a tree called that. Amazing. What kind of tree is it? Okay, so not translating well either. Okay. Hold on, I'm putting spaces between the words. That's what I'm doing right now. The rumor is that if you have that tree, be it the leaves, branches, or roots, good luck will come to you. Yeah, but what does have mean? You mean you take part of it? You carry a piece of it? Okay, so it gets all chopped up then. I heard this in the house of a wealthy man in Kobe, where I was employed for about 2 months a few years ago. The branches of the tree were stored in the old man's house. Were they real? Let's see if that's what he's just saying. He's just saying if they're real or not. Indeed, wow, he's indeed a very wealthy person, but is it true? It looked like an ordinary tree branch, but he said that it was a rare item brought directly from Europe. Was this guy named Yasuhiro? But they say that since buying the world tree branches, only good things have happened, including work going well and his chronic asthma getting better. So the tree really brought good luck? Is it a coincidence, perhaps? It wasn't actually mine, but why is this a question? Wait. Huh. It wasn't actually yours, but you were lucky enough to win the lottery by working at that house? But why is it a question? Why is it a question, though? Is there a lottery in Korea? Do they actually do that kind of thing? The poor tax? It's like whenever I'm tempted to buy a lottery ticket, I just remind myself how immoral the whole thing is. Okay. Still putting spaces between the words. It's okay. I still can't get a good translation. Something about being lucky enough to win the lottery while working at that house, but it's a question. It's amazing. I'm jealous that it really brings good luck. It's somehow funny that Maeda-kun, super high school level luck, is envious of my good luck. My luck is completely unreasonable. I am just an ordinary student. I just got lucky in the lottery about being selected for Hope Peak Academy. Being super high school level luck. Right, it would have to, anybody could theoretically be selected, even if their luck was terrible, if we could actually assign a luck stat to everybody, because, your probability would be non-zero, right? Maeda-kun, I don't need luck. But Maeda-kun has his own strengths, question mark. I have strengths. There are so many. You can't stand injustice when you see it. You are kind. You listen politely to what people say. I feel burdened when you praise me like that. Anyway, Maeda-kun is a good person, so don't be discouraged. If you put it that way, I really do have merit. Wait. I really do not have merit. I did not go to school properly. I am not smart, and I talk without thinking. Oh, this is Tyra. This is Tyra speaking. Okay. It's not like that, Tyra. You're always bright. If a situation like now, the brightness gives strength to everyone. You are also a maid, so you're good at cleaning and cooking, and you speak well. So it is fun to be with you, and you have a pretty face. Oops. Maeda-kun, Appa? Ipo? Not Ipo? Which is like pretty. I was talking without thinking. Well, if you had to choose between ugly and pretty, of course it's pretty. Maeda-kun said I was pretty. Oh my gosh, it's already so late. I have to do my own research. See you later, Maeda-kun. I got caught up in Tyra's face. Do girls like it when you tell them they're pretty? If they like you. If they don't, they don't. Well, I guess it depends on the listener. I can't even speak properly in front of a girl. Pathetic. Actually, most guys can't. After staying blankly at the spot where Tyra disappeared for a moment, I decided to investigate. I was going to clarify something. I forgot what it was. It's like, hey guys, let's eat rice. Let's eat rice, which is basically just means let's eat, because they always say rice in Korea. After splitting us to investigate and then gathering again for dinner, we felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. No clues could be found, and the amount of food was reduced even more than in the morning. What's her face? Satsuki, Ima Satsuki, but he has some nicknames for her. Iranami. Oh, Iranami. Oh, that's also Satsuki. Iranami and us two, are starving because we didn't get anything to eat. Well, so did Mikako. Seems like there's... It seems like there's more of us for some reason. Something like that. Oh, I think Kinjo and Mikaru ate more. I guess they don't know the distribution amount because they weren't with us. Those guys really only think about themselves. If you don't know, they don't know we should teach them. Let's go argue. Wait, if you get upset for no reason, it will only get harder. I think there will be a late night broadcast soon. It's late today, so let's eat this and go to sleep quickly. But if I do that, the food might disappear again in the morning. That's unavoidable, but unless you have a lot of food, you have to spend a lot of time resting and sleeping. The more time you stay awake, the more hungry you get. There's still a little bit left. Let's do as Maeda-kun says. Will a message come out after I eat this? But you ate me and Iranami's share. I'm really hungry, so it's a big deal. Even if we had two people's share, it wasn't long since we were all together, and it was their fault that we starved in the first place. I get the gist, even though it doesn't make sense. The only one who suggested it, as if driving it, was Otori. Guys, stop it. If we have time to argue, let's eat quickly. We don't have time to argue, let's eat quickly. Although this is mediation for now, I could feel a spark flying between Kobashikawa and Otori. As expected, everyone is under a lot of stress. We can't continue like this. We have to do something. I ended up not finding anything today. Got Google Translator. Because it was just one day. Let us find more. Every corner. I'm going to be very hungry, so let's all stop. I'll tell Kinjo and Mikaru tomorrow. I don't think there's a late night broadcast yet. Lena says if you fall asleep, you can forget about being hungry. So good night, everyone. Yeah, so ideally, I would try to guess who's going to die. We can do this announcement first. It's now 10 p.m. It's now nighttime. You don't have to do anything. Good night. So, I would presume that the murder would take place, the body would be found in the room with nothing in it. And they have to solve the mystery of that room in order to solve the murder, right? That's probably the location. Now, who is going to die? There are some patterns here. So we got the gender balance pretty much evened out. It would have actually worked, I'm guessing, Chapter 3 if I was not an nincompoop in Chapter 3. We still have, I think, more men dead than women. Or is it the other way around? No, we killed 2 women in Chapter 2, right? So, we're actually ahead 1 woman. But that doesn't really give us much. Like, that's an okay situation. And it tends to be how they tend to write Danganronpa, because you tend to have a lot of women at the end. Anyway. So you can't really use that. Something you tend to notice, and this is something you notice about the mainline Danganronpa 1 and Danganronpa 2, but it's also something you would guess about how you write fan games, is there's a tendency to not break the ships. Like, if you have 2 people that are, you know, like, kind of hitting it off, is a tendency, at least not very early, not until the 5th chapter, at least, to not kill one of them. And the reason just simply being, it gives you something to write, right? You need to have something to write in the everyday scenes of the daily life. And having ships and people kind of flirting and teasing and stuff gives you something to write. And so you have a tendency to preserve your ships. And you can see that in Danganronpa 1 and Danganronpa 2. Right, Byakuya and Toko, they both survive. It's kind of a one-sided ship, but they both survive, right? Mokoto and Kyoko, they both survive. The 2 that were kind of in a ship, they survived. The 2 pairs survived. Danganronpa 2, Sonya and the mechanic guy, which I forget his name because he's so unimportant, they both survived to the end. Hajime and Chiaki. Chiaki finally dies in Chapter 5, but it's really late in the game. It's Chapter 5, and she's the blackened in Chapter 5. So she goes very, very far. Chapter 5 doesn't follow any rules, by the way. And you can kind of argue that Akane and the team manager guy was kind of a ship. And then you could argue it got broken, but that's a bit of a weird one. Now that I think, I was going to make this big spiel, but now that I think about it, Swordswoman, I forgot her name, and Fuyuhiko actually was a ship that got broken. But that one is different, doesn't really count, because you didn't know it was a ship until it got broken. So it didn't have a story, they didn't write it like a ship. So it wasn't like something they used to have something to write, if you know what I mean. It's a different kind of thing, so it doesn't really count for what I'm trying to say, right? Now, when they went to V3, V3 decided, the writers in Kodaka decided to do tryhards. And they tried to buck the precedent, because they maybe sort of noticed that there was a pattern. People were noticing a pattern. They decided we need to make this more despair-inducing, so let's break the ships. So they start off immediately with breaking a ship that had been developing and had been written about, right? Which would have been Kaede and, for some reason I want to say Shinichi, but that's the protagonist of a horrible game. Suichi, there we go. They broke that immediately. And then they had, what's her face? I forgot the magician's name already. I knew it earlier. And the Aikido master. They had a ship there, right? And they broke that one in chapter 3. And then they had Maki x Kaito. And they broke that one in chapter 5. They actually broke all of the ships. And it turns out that one of the characters is Himiko. Himiko was the magician. Anyway, all 3 characters who were in the ship that were broken, Himiko, Suichi, and Maki, were the 3 to survive. So it kind of turns out that even though they broke all the ships, if you were in a ship, you had a 50% chance of surviving, as opposed to if you were not in a ship, when you had a 3 in 16 chance of surviving. So being in a ship was still beneficial, it turns out. But V3 was tryhard, but that's not really the precedent, right? There's a tendency, when you're writing these things, the people have a tendency to not break the ships. Which suggests that there's a tendency not to say kill off Akane, for example, because Yuki and Akane kind of make a ship. There's a tendency to not kill off Haruhiko or Satsuki, because they are kind of in this ship that's kind of one-sided, just kind of like Satsuki going, but it's like Haruhiko isn't really interested in Satsuki, not because he's not horny, but because he's trying to go for, he probably would like prefer like Akane or somebody, like, it's just like, she's not the best girl, right? She's not the best looking girl. Anyway, makes it kind of one-sided. He's trying to go better, go higher. And then we have, this is kind of a weirder one, Rei with Kinjo. And it's a weird one, but it still kind of exists. There's kind of this weird tension between the two. You would think they wouldn't break that either. And of course, if I go about the dance partners, but there was one more dance partner with the leftover characters, which is Otori and Mikako. But there really isn't a ship there. Mikako's already taken. And that was just kind of like they had to pair somebody up at the end just to finish. And there were like the last 2 left, and everybody else was already paired, just to make the scene work. That isn't really a ship. Now, Mikako, I don't think is going to die because we have to reveal her mysteries, and I don't think she's going to die. Mysteries are not going to be revealed by her dying. However, subversions can occur. So I wouldn't think that she's going to get murdered. But that puts Otori in a lot of danger. Now, one way you can avoid breaking the ship, one thing you could do is you could do both sides of a ship. If there's 2 mini ships, you don't need them all. So you could kill off, say, like, both Haruhiko and Satsuki together. There is a lot of character attention on those 2 because those are the 2 that, like, they're special, right? They ate too much food and then they gave up a portion later. They're also at odds with Otori. Well, at least Haruhiko is. So there is something going on with those 2. So the 3 that are in the most danger are the ones that are still the peripheral characters. yeah, like, as we already know, it's the peripheral ones, right? It's Otori, Haruhiko, and Satsuki. But they were already the most in danger because they're already the most peripheral. So I'm not really getting any far here. We're doing my ship stuff. Another thing to think about is you have to recall back to just trying to recall back to how Danganronpa 2 worked out. You see, in this case, the characters can die for a different reason than they're trying to escape. Now it's like you have this extra motive where you could theoretically sacrifice yourself to save everyone else. You can have this mentality can come in. So like apparently how chapter 2 of the chapter 4 of Danganronpa 2 went down when there's a similar situation is Gundam and the team manager guy met in the circular room, and they had this kind of face-off where they were like, yeah, we need to die because we need to sacrifice ourselves to save everyone else, right? So let's just throw down right here and do a little fight to the death. And they didn't really, I mean, Gundam went through the trial and like didn't immediately confess right away just for the fun of it. But they really didn't. They're like, we're both gonna die. One of us is gonna kill one of us, and the other one. They weren't trying to. It was just all like philanthropic. So they're being manly and whatever. That sort of character could theoretically show up. I don't know why I did that weird tongue thing here. And so you might be looking for a character that's like that. Kinjo is the policeman, but he's oddly not like that. He's oddly selfish. Rei wouldn't dare. Akane wouldn't. But maybe Otori might. So that puts Otori in a little more danger. Mikako would also be someone who would sacrifice herself. The problem is I don't think she's going to die. That's my thing. It's almost time. Let's get some sleep so we don't get too hungry. Maybe get Monokuma Tai Chi again? Maybe. Everyone is still trying to act brightly, but if we don't get out of here quickly, something dangerous will happen. Well, murder will happen. That's it. Because this is Danganronpa. I was equally hungry, so I tried to sleep while holding my growling stomach. Here we go. I'm so hungry. Breakfast after waking up from a night's sleep. Our amount of food was reduced even more than yesterday. There was less food during the night. Yep. Something about 4 ways or 4 divisions. Further reduce the amount by 4 something. Kinjo and Makaru? Watch it be someone else besides Kinjo and Makaru. Like, they would still eat. Like, they have to eat, otherwise they die, right? But what if it's like there's some other culprit? It's definitely going to be difficult if things continue like this. I'll eat this and go talk to them. It's enough to consider a snack rather than a meal. It's only been a day, but the hunger is getting worse. If we don't do something about Kinjo and Makaru, it will get worse. It will get worse than now. We try to get the. Get that Ford business going here. Do I really have to count 4 days? Yeah, it's 4 days. Okay, so it's enough for 4 days. It's as if we're confirming we'll be stuck here. It's as if confirming we'll be stuck here. For 4 days, that is. That's right. With such a negative mindset, the investigation will not work properly. Wouldn't it be better to eat your fill and escape at once without worrying about leftover food? The person who discovered something, or the person who discovers something, if you say that, I won't even get angry. Maita. Mianta. Mianta. What does that mean? I miss you. And the amount I counted is for 4 days since the first day we were locked in the ballroom. But the number of days since then. Huh? I think that way I can prevent the refrigerator from being empty. Just exponentially decrease your food. Am I doing something wrong? No. Very good. No matter how hungry you are, there will be 1 portion left, I believe. I feel different. Since the food is small, it doesn't take long to eat it. Let's go look for Kinjo and Makaru. Let's make sure they know the situation before lunch. Maeda-kun, I'll help you too. It's hard to deal with those two by yourself. I will go to Makaru, so Maeda-kun, you go to Kinjo. Thank you, Taira. Please take care. We will be investigating. I have to convince Kinjo and Makaru to eat less. Let's leave Makaru to Taira and look for Kinjo. Morning. But I have to talk to Kinjo anyway, though. What did she say, though? Mukigonen. Armory, okay. If possible, do not go in. It is because it is dangerous. So here's Kinjo in the room that the murder will probably take place in. Kinjo, you are here. Kinjo, I have something to tell you. I would have said there was nothing more to talk about with you guys. It's important, please listen. Because of the food, Kinjo and Makaru, who are acting separately from us, do not know how much food is being distributed. Would you please understand me at that point? I don't know how they are being distributed, but the girl and I are eating too much... Are the girl and I eating too much food on our own? We are distributing food so that we can eat it over the next few days, but since you are not with us, the amount distributed is getting smaller and smaller. If this continues, we will soon be completely out of food. I know Kinjo and Makaru are working hard to investigate, but I also want to do our best while being as full as possible. You're so shameless. In the end, it's because of you that we're running short on food. So, are you asking me to do something, to guess or do something that Kobashi, and Iranami weren't doing it intentionally either. I think it's more important to join forces now than to criticize and fight each other. Okay, so he was talking about Kobashi and Iranami. Back off, Maeda. If it's a food issue, don't worry. I'm only eating 1 meal a day right now. Is it okay to eat like that? It doesn't matter because you guys are eating enough for 3 meals at once. And I'm also worried about food, so I'm controlling the amount. I don't know what Makaru is doing, but at least you won't run out of food because of me. I'll confess. Even though you are controlling, I'm hearing that the food is disappearing quickly. That's enough. Just leave me alone. It's much easier to investigate on my own. Kinjo, why are you doing this? You completely cut off communication with everyone and me. It's really dangerous to be trapped in the ballroom. At times like this, can't you be with everyone? You guys don't know anything. You don't know anything about or something about my mind or something. Or you don't know anything about my heart. Kinjo, whom I spoke to for the first time in a full day, looked somewhat gaunt. And as expected, his heart seems to have been hurt somewhere. It seemed like a painful feeling was visible. But there's nothing I could say to Kinjo. As he said, I don't know anything about what changed in Kinjo after Yuhara's execution. Yuhara messed him up. Afternoon. Okay, I'm going to see if Akane has another event. She ordinarily wouldn't, because we have already gone through 3 events with Akane, and most of these characters only have 3. But I think Ray had 4 because there was a fake out one. So I'm just gonna, and Akane is kind of a big main character like Ray, so I want to make a check, right? Okay, put a save. Okay, same thing. It's the same stuff. Okay, we know this worked. Okay, same stuff again. Same stuff. Oh, okay, so she does have another event. That's interesting. Well, I'm glad I checked. Maeda-kun, it's a bit unexpected, but I have a question. Yes, what? Maeda-kun's... What does Maeda-kun's room look like? Well, my room? That's really random. Did I ask you something strange? I suddenly became curious. It's not particularly strange, but it's a really unremarkable room. Maeda-kun, do you know that our private rooms are decorated to suit each of our super high school level talents? Is that true? Well, you've been in a couple rooms. I also went to some kids' rooms and found out that, for example, my room is decorated with statues and picture frames like a rich man's mansion. I saw my room, I thought they were all the same, but that wasn't the case. It's Maeda's luck, I was wondering what it would be like. Well, there's actually nothing there. It's nothing special. Come to think of it, Tyra is very interested in this strange place. But I can't leave the ballroom right now, so I can't show you my room. Oh, that's right, it's a shame. Let me just explain what it looks like. I see! So, basically... I think I know what happens. You go to Maeda's room, but in this final event with Akane, but you can't do it because we're in the ballroom, so it has to, like, improvise something. That's nice attention to detail. They don't do like Danganronpa 2 where they shut you off, where Chiaki just takes the gift and then it just ends. Well, it looks roughly like that. Should I just say it's an ordinary room? What? Feels very plain. I was wondering if there was a slot machine or something, because it said it was... Because... It said you would have good luck or something. That's not Super High School level luck. That's probably something like Super High School level Gambler. But I think it still feels like your room or something like that. I guess they decorated in my room in an ordinary way because I am ordinary. Maeda-kun hates being ordinary? It's not like I don't like it. For some reason, I like being talented and exceptional. I'd rather be... Let's see here. It's better to be talented and exceptional than ordinary, right? You're a nationally famous maid, talented, good-looking, but you're a completely different level than an ordinary guy like me. I want to be normal. Y'all think he's normal, but like he has something that's way bigger than any of these talents. That's called protagonist status. Yes. People only believe the rumors that have spread around the world and think that I am a discreet and chaste all-round beauty. I feel like I'm losing my true self in front of the world. I would be better to live a normal life, go to school normally, make friends normally, and not become famous. I think it would be nice if that were the case. But then you have to get a job afterwards, Tyra. If my parents hadn't died when I was young and I had grown up like that, I would too. Sorry, Maeda-kun, I decided not to talk about such sweet things. Cool, whatever cool means. Cool things. No, it's okay. In that respect, on the one hand, I feel relieved. Even though I am trapped in this anxious situation, I can show my true self in front of everyone. And in front of the cameras, recording you and broadcasting it to everyone. Oh, whatever. In front of Maeda-kun a little more. Huh? It's nothing. I just have a crush on you because you're the protagonist. More than that, I have my protagonist senses are tingling. You're so generic. You must be the protagonist. I I have to make it now. I have to get out of here quickly and see Maedakin's room in person. Of course, I'll let you in next time you tell me. I guess Tyra was worried about something on the inside. I thought she was always bright, but I didn't know that there were times when she was alone and worried. I'll pay more attention next time. After chatting with Tyra, we parted ways. Handbook's been updated. That's probably the last one for Akane. Dinner the size of a rat's tail. I think I'm getting used to it by now. No, I'll never get used to it. What kind of meal is this if I eat it for the first... What? But the taste is really delicious, so it's a blessing rather than a misfortune. Maeda, Tyra, Kinjo, and Mikaro. Gonin. What happened? That's right, I thought you said you were going to talk about food issues. Yes, we talked about it at first. A butt? Kinjo said he was only eating one meal a day. How big was that meal? The amount is not different from the amount we eat, but it is because we eat 3 meals at once. He said that since he controls his food, there will be no shortage of food because of him, question? Hey, control the amount? But why is there not enough food? That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry that in the end, I only heard vague answers and didn't hear what to do. That bastard seems to be getting weirder and weirder these days. It was strange. He was strange at first, but should I say that the way he's treating us is nerve-wracking? Tyra. Mekaru. How was Mekaru? I didn't get a proper answer either. I was cursed at because she said I looked like a pig who ate so much food that she didn't have enough. So much food that I didn't have enough for something. Are you saying that they didn't eat as much in the end? What kind of bullshit are you talking about? The refrigerator here is proof that the food is noticeably decreasing. Be quiet. Tyra. Something about what... Do you know what's best? Something like that. Looking at the amount of food. Are those two people telling the truth? Or are they telling a lie? If you think only about the amount of food, I can't even imagine those two controlling the amount they eat. They're clearly lying. In the first place, those two don't care if we die or not, right? Kinjo is treating us like criminals, and Mikaro has been indifferent from the beginning. That is certainly true. Is it the essence of female individualism play, or whatever? And then we learn, what if there's someone else? What if it's one of the 6 here that's eating extra? Mikako? What difference will it make if I talk behind their back like this? We have no choice but to get out of here as soon as possible. That's right, I'm so hungry that I can't even research well. There's no clue. We've already been here 2 days. The scope of the investigation to the ballroom was relatively much smaller than the school investigation, but I couldn't find anything. We didn't find anything. Even Kinjo and Mikaru? Can I really get out of here? I'm gonna take a guess. Yes, there is! Right now! All you gotta do is kill! Of course, the ballroom. Not only can you get out of the ballroom, but you can also get out of Hosting Academy! Monokuma. Hello. It's been a while. I'm so sick, I'm so hungry already, and I'm so frustrated I'm not making any progress. Why did you come? Oh. Like that? I've prepared an arsenal so that you can commit a spectacular murder. But no one has any intention of killing, and it just conducts useless investigations. No matter what happens, it looks like you're trying to get us killed. Well, yeah, that's it, right? I'm Monokuma. Aren't you too stupid to even think about it? If you kill, you can leave the dance hall and the school, and this hunger will go away in an instant. Just eat the corpse. You're so loud. If you came here to say something like that, just leave quickly. No, this is a personal matter. Actually, I came here because I have something to tell you guys. It seems like your guys are putting a lot of effort into investigation to find a way to escape without committing murder. Even though it's a futile effort, I'll try to give you a ray of hope by looking at your heart. What? It's a simple treasure hunt. I've hidden treasure somewhere in the ballroom. I'll give a reward to whoever finds it. A simple rule called... What kind of trick is this? Well, Makaru's gonna find it. No. Who would find it? You wouldn't be Kinjo and Makaru, really. It would probably actually be Yuki, of all people. Although Mikako was good, could find the secret room behind the warehouse, so... Mikako does have some sort of knack for finding things. It's not at all a clue to escaping, but wouldn't it be better to have something to find rather than just searching the empty space, like now? There is nothing. There's not nothing, there must be a clue somewhere. Like a hole in the wall? Just punch in the wall, just punch the drywall. What is the treasure? What is the reward? Well, it's a secret. I've clearly hidden it somewhere. I'll go there myself and tell them what I found when they found it, so they don't have to know what it is or what it looks like. So, if you don't know, I'm sure that this was the treasure Monokuma was talking about, Monokuma will just appear and say, "You have found the treasure." This is not being translated correctly. And the award, so song is award apparently, is something that you lost. Oh no, the memories. What? Well, just know that. I already hid the treasure somewhere. If you look hard, you might find it. What is the treasure? A wild goose chase. Something lost is more difficult, but what have we lost? She knows. You have to worry about it. Mikako-chan? Mikako-chan? We get distracted by things like that. We cannot afford it. To be distracted by things like that, we cannot afford. Because it's like the verb goes at the end, right? That's definitely true. Monokuma himself said that it was not at all helpful in escaping. There's a reason what's the reason to be looking for something like that? Because you're trying to recover your lost memories. which someone like Mikako might want to do. Also, Mikaru would want to do, but she's not here to listen to the announcement. It's clear that he's trying to confuse us. Don't worry about it. Let's just do what we did, guys. Yes, I think that would be good. Everybody's going to be hungry, so let's get some sleep today before it gets any worse. Although I said this, what Monokuma said was something that we lost. I'm worried. I wish I could say it, but the conversation I had with Mikaru in the hallway on the floor a few days ago. No, that's an over-exaggeration, overreaction. Even if that's the case, there's no time to worry about that right now. If we don't get out of here as soon as possible and escape from the school someday. Okay, evening announcement. For now, forget about the treasure or the statue. It's definitely Monokuma's trap. I was so hungry that I couldn't sleep, but I closed my eyes and tried to force myself to sleep. Because of Monokuma, various miscellaneous thoughts crossed my mind, but I was soon able to fall asleep. I'm hungry. Is it because of my mood? It seems like the amount of food has decreased. It's not because of the mood, it's decreased more than yesterday. Someone's eating more extra. Concave up. There really isn't much left, and it's hard to even distribute it to the minimum. Kinjo and Makaru, are you guys really conserving your food? Kinjo and Makaru. Do they really eat food so carelessly? Then who else besides them? Here we go. Well, even so, it's a bit harsh. Kinjo, he's been in a strange state lately, and Makaru is that kind of person to begin with. So there's nothing strange about it, right? Who is eating? It does not matter. The only thing that is certain is that there is not much food left. We have to speed up the investigation. I wonder what she's on. There's something going with Mikako. There's always something extra going on. Like she's so I don't care about the food situation. I tried to find something. But no matter where I look, I can't find anything. I'm starting to feel like this is really the end. Monokuma said they had a hidden treasure. How about looking for that? Isn't it obvious it was a trap? It was obvious it was a trap, so we decided to ignore it last night. You never know. A double fake might reveal something really important. No matter what the content was, Monokuma never lied when he said he'd give us something. I'll have to have time to find something like that if I don't get out of here have time to find, we need to get, let's move for now. Because there isn't much time left. Move while you can. Opinions differed for a while, but in the end, there was no change in what we needed to investigate, so we decided to look for something that looked like a treasure. The question is, can our stamina endure? Morning. This is they're both in the room. That's interesting. I'm gonna drop a save and then make sure that Akane has been finished. Oh, I filled up all the saves. Oh, this is gonna get tricky. It's gonna get really tricky on me. Let's save in 13. There's another one? Is today gonna be another day like this? When can we get out of here? That's right, it's already been a few days. What if we really end up living here for the rest of our life? This will be more... This would be where I become a grandmother and die of old age? Calm down, Tyra. No way. I'll definitely be able to go out. Maeda-kun, you shouldn't lose hope. Will you lose hope? Something like that. Well, then let's change the atmosphere. Maeda-kun, is it okay for a moment? Okay, yes, oh, why? There's something I want to talk about for a moment. Could you come to my dorm for a moment? Ick. Try to improvise this. We chat like this often, but it gets a bit noisy if we talk in a public place where everyone is coming and going, so it's better if we talk alone in a quiet place. Alone? Oh no, this lady is speaking in the purest sense. She is secretly natural. I don't get what he's trying to say, but I get kind of the idea of what's trying to go for. You don't like it? It's a bit embarrassing for others to hear. No. What's this part? Hold on, this is putting spaces between words again. Rather, I would like to ask for something from my side. I think it may be the same, but it may not be the same. Okay. That's really good. Then, oh goodness. Then don't hesitate and come. This way. What did she want to say? A little nervous being in a closed room alone with the girl. I'm sure Tyra will be angry if I come this far and leave, so I decided to follow obediently. So we're gonna go in like the little rooms? Yeah, okay. Welcome, master. Would you like some tea? What are you talking about? Me, master? Nah, I'm kidding. Originally, my private room in my dorm felt like a rich man's mansion. It would be nice if I could show it to you. For some reason, every single thing falls apart, so don't do it. Come to think of it, I think... Didn't you say there was something that you wanted to talk about? Actually, it's a bit embarrassing if other people hear it. Hey, Maida-kun, does anyone like you? Like me? I don't know right now. I don't have a first love or an unquitted love. I never had a lover. Not that. At this moment. Why so suddenly? That's, something I'm a little worried about. I was thinking about getting some advice from the same guy, Maida-kun. So... You want advice about love from... Wait. Tyra loves somebody? I think is what he's trying to question. I don't know who it is, but I'm jealous. I don't realize I don't know what I've got. Well, maybe I could help. That's great. You know what you need to do? There is no one I could ask except Maeda. I can't leave her now, and all the boys in here... And of all the boys in here, you are my best friend. Friend? Then who's the person you love? Tyra Akane. No, I can't ever tell. It's embarrassing. I understand. What should I do? I'll ask you this question. Ask you a question first. Do boys hate it when a girl confesses first? No. Maybe different for different people, but if a girl of Tyra's caliber confesses, everyone will shout hooray and be happy. Maeda-kun also? Yes. Why all of a sudden? For me, I wouldn't hate it. The next question. If I confess to that person... this is all chopped up. Okay. Let's try to put the spaces between the words. Well, if I confess to that person, is there a chance? Is there a chance? I said before, I think there'd probably be very few men who would dislike Tyra. Success is certain? Really, Maeda-kun? Oh, what's wrong? That's always goofy when the girl's like, well, does he like me? Does he like me? Like I tell you, it's way worse on the guy's end, okay? The answer is yes. To man, does she like me? Now that's intense. Why did you keep calling me from earlier? That's just it. I was just curious what Maeda's real reaction is. Don't worry about it. This makes me even more embarrassed. Okay, if you confess first. Nase. Why are you suddenly going crazy? You shouldn't think that my reaction is out of all men, Tyra. Dun 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 dun. Oh, sorry. It's still helpful. Thank you, Maeda-kun. Actually, I'm dying of envy for the guy that Tyra loves. I keep getting jealous of something. But that girl... Okay, but if you want one of the boys, I guess, you have to escape from here first. It's no use. Otherwise, unless we can get out of here. That's right. I'm not saying that liking someone is bad, I just don't think there's any time to worry about dating right now. I just stepped out for a minute there, but you may not have noticed. There would have been a jump in the music. Okay. It's even more so because of the situation. Eh? Anna? It's a situation where you don't know when you might die. I'm not looking forward to dating. Or I am. But it doesn't matter if I am... a commentator? I want to at least convey my feelings to you. It's me. When you die without even knowing your feelings, without even knowing my feelings. I see, that's definitely different from the problem of confessing when you leave here. I might die before I leave. There are already people who died. What do I have? Oh, well, yeah, because you can't. This is the 5th free time event, so you can't get this until at least somebody has died. Nice. I'm sorry, but I decided not to talk about Kru. It's okay. More than that, what you mean is that you are one of us. If you look at what you said, you or I might die at any time. Eh? Also, you invited me to this room and asked for my reactions one by one. I got it. Tyra basically loves me. Wait a minute. Could that be? Wait a minute, Maeda-kun. I accidentally closed my browser. Oh, this guy has similar tastes to me. Okay. If there is a kid like that among us, he's suspicious. Okay, next. Babo, which is fool. It's kind of like Baka, right? Tyra, why? I don't know, Maeda-kun, you fool. Are you angry because I suddenly tried to pry too much out of you? I have to apologize to her. After already spent time chatting with Tyra, who had somehow let go of her anger. But who was it that Tyra cared about? I guess it wasn't me? Tyra is also telling me that I am her friend, and if I don't show up for no reason, I will be embarrassed. I'll have to keep it to myself. Huh? I'm trying to think of it. Tyra said that last time. It's the same for me for some reason. She's a pretty and exciting girl, but other than that, I feel at ease when I'm with Tyra. I don't really get what he's saying. Even if I'm trapped here, I hope my relationship with Tyra continues. So I thought about that. I was able to feel Tyra's favor. I felt an incredibly deep bond with Tyra. I felt like we had become truly close. Say goodbye to Tyra and left the room. Oh, okay. Hospitality. Oh, you do get a message. Oh. Huh. Afternoon. Okay, I didn't really translate that well, so I don't know what exactly was going on. Did that mean I didn't complete someone's events? Like, I thought I completed Mikako's if I were to go back and look. Like, if I were to do this. Maeda. Okay, spend some time quietly with the car, looked at me in silence. Completed free action Mikako Kurokawa in the true sense. Collected the panties. Wait, what? What in the world? Well, I guess that was worth it. Let's try it. Thank you. She likes it. Okay, so I did complete it, and we just had to do it one more time to get the panties. Okay. I'll settle for that. A nighttime announcement. No progress today either. After eating a very small, nutritious dinner, I returned to my room to go to bed to preserve some of my stamina. It's already been 3 days, and we're almost out of food. What should I do? So hungry I don't have the strength to stand anymore. Sleeping early makes you look older, both physically and mentally. So if you get that, I don't think I got that message. Did I get that message when I finished? When I thought I finished. What's her face? Inori's free time events. I thought I finished hers. I believe I did when I finished Kinjo's. Huh. Well, let's keep going. Time passed by meaninglessly, thinking that I have to do something. That day, I suppressed my hunger and went to sleep with the thought that I could go on tomorrow. I couldn't have known at the time that the matter had already grown out of control a few days ago. Tyra? Tyra, are you still hungry? We can go back. Nothing gets better even if I eat. The amount is gradually decreasing. I was so hungry I couldn't sleep. Still, just having something in your mouth feels better than starving. Tyra is still far away. There's nothing. There's nothing there? There is no food. The refrigerator is empty. Eh? It's a lie now. Would you like to come and see it in person? It's a lie. It can't be possible. It's real. There isn't a single crumb. Why is this happening? Well, we know that no one except Kinjo or Mikaru could be dead. Why? Why are they the only ones there? Kinjo and Mikaru. Something about, have they been suffering for days or not been suffering? Now is the time to go to war with them. Why did the missionary regulations of this clause become invalid? In the worst case, use violence. You want to fight? What would that do? There's no food left to fight over. Stop doing things like that. It's not like we're fixing the barn after losing the cow. There's nothing we can do about it. But we can't just leave these guys to throw away all the food. The proof is how much they look at us like nothing. The problem is that they look at us like nothing. It's like, what are you gonna do? Punch them and they got so hard they vomit and then eat their vomit? Well, seeing as the water, so the water also seeing the water, Kobashikawa, look like you, huh? What? What are you talking about? Kobashikawa, you shouldn't be hungry. You ate like that in the morning. What did you say? What did you eat early in the morning? I don't know what you're talking about. The speed at which food disappears. It's so fast that it's unnatural. I was hiding in front of the dining room all morning yesterday. And I found out the cause. Kinjo and Makaru didn't even come close to the dining room yesterday. Say that again. Kobashikawa stole food from the dining room without us knowing? Kobashikawa. What are you talking about? There's no way I would steal food and eat it. Oh, I'm so disappointed. It's amazing. How can a person do something like that? It's ridiculous. It's so similar. It's, I'm speechless. No, well, it's similar, but... Iranami, would you also have something to say? Shouldn't you also have something to say? Well, why Iranami? He was not alone. Kobashikawa and Iranami. The two of them robbed the refrigerator together. Sachuki-chan? The only thing I saw yesterday... Was this really the first offense? Food every day at dawn. Because it disappeared. Kurukawa and... Kurukawa Mikako. Is this a real person? Do you know? Or something like that. I don't know, it's just some sort of defensive thing. We do like a panic talk action, right here, right now. Tell the truth, you bastard. You have been pretending to be hungry in front of us all this time, but you have only filled your stomach. No. Kurukawa is the culprit. She did it herself and is trying to blame me and Iranami. Don't be funny. So I think about it, something was strange. The guy who couldn't hold back and go wild when he was hungry was quieter than I thought. And he would rather go to war with Kinjo and Makaru than push them away, or something else. That's unreasonable. You are the one who was trying to drive us away with just one word from Kurukawa without any evidence. Kurukawa. Unfortunately, we have no choice but to trust Kobashikawa. Unfortunately, we have no choice but to trust Kurukawa's words. It's like you just confessed to being the criminal. What? If you are truly unrelated, I think. You said that we were driving you away, but you didn't say that we were driving you and Iranami away. You could argue that Iranami ate alone, but you're only contradicting Kurokawa and unconsciously treating you and Iranami as the same. So that means you ate the food with Iranami. Isn't this because this fact is subconsciously embedded in your mind? We can infer... I don't know what you're talking about. What's with this Iranami? That's right, we were always close, so I just covered it up without realizing it. Stop it, there's no point in fighting among ourselves anymore. We're debating with Yuki, the protagonist himself, in like a trial-like situation. That's enough. That means... everyone, we committed a deadly sin. That's right, Koba-Jing and I. He's the culprit. Well, this was really easy to guess. Lima. So it was really you. Okay, what is Unchebota? Since. When did you start eating secretly in the early morning? Of course, since yesterday. I'm sorry, since the 8-second day. Since the first day, I think, actually. I've been so hungry that I couldn't stand it. Kobaching slightly suggested something to me, and I was led by Kobaching. Hiranami, if you're gonna blow us all up like that, that is to say, almost as soon as he was locked up, he started sneaking around in the early morning. Hey, you two can't complain even if you get hit. Oh, enough, Otori. Well, why? Iranami, Kobashikawa. I wish I knew. Don't waste your energy fighting anymore. If you're sorry, research harder. Kubukawa? Well, why are you getting over it so easily? The things we thought were Kinjo and Makaru were the work of these guys. Because of these guys, we're now starving to death. You just have to get out before you starve to death. If you don't have anything to eat starting today, you can escape within today. If you think about it that way and research it, there will definitely be a way out. Just like Maeda-kun said, I'm still hungry. If we keep fighting here, I won't be able to get out. Kobashikawa and Kobashikawa-kun and Satsuki-chan. Of course, it's a little embarrassing, but you just couldn't bear the hunger. I fully understand. Maeda, Taira, Kurukawa, Taira. Now, even if you are the criminal, you did you really commit murder? Maybe. Let's start investigating. Let's get out of here. What is this? You can't... something. Otori? Well, he's dead. It's probably a temporary feeling. Because he's gonna die. Since there's no food to eat, there will be no time to eat anymore. But that much... because I can investigate further. When the late night broadcast rings, let's gather here again, hoping I could find something. Otori is so dead. In the end, all the food ran out due to the selfishness of two people. However, if we punish those two here, as Otori believes, the atmosphere will only get worse and nothing will get better. But the situation is really serious. If I don't somehow find something today... death. Warning. Okay, so is there panties, quote unquote, for Taira? Same thing. Spend some time with Taira. Okay. And we don't need to do the gift. Because we know it's not going to do anything afterwards. Okay. Makaru. We have to deal along with Makaru, don't we? Get the shaft. Okay, save the game. I wonder why bother with these, like... Oops. Oh, these are like skills. Okay. Oh, so, that's why I can see where the medals are. It's probably because of a skill from probably Mikako. Okay. So I didn't actually finish Inori's, because I don't have that skill here. And I haven't finished Ray's either. Well, time to get at this finishing of Ray's. Spend some time with Ray. I don't want you. You don't. Do you want to leave here? If you have time to do something like this, do more research. Is there? Do you want to get criticized? Yes. I'm into this. Spend some time being sweared at by Makaru. Seems like my relationship with Makaru has improved a bit. Okay. Try this. Where'd this come from? Well, you have a good eye for things. I'll take it. And she snubs you, right? Oh, no. Okay. Okay, oopsies. Makaru. 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 Why are you ignoring me? Because that's what I do. That's my character. Why do you keep talking to me? I told you what I said last time. Don't worry about me anymore. That's what I am like. I have nothing more to say to you. In the first place, you and I were separated from Earth by the Andromeda. Separated like the Earth and the Andromeda galaxy. In the first place, there shouldn't have even been a chance to talk, let alone become a Vikaru's friend. Incompetent, you just give up. Just give up talking to me and play with the other kids. There are a lot of other kids. But I'm not, why would I talk to someone inferior? But I can't just discriminate against one person. Please be discriminatory. Discriminate against me. I really think it's only once or twice that I've wasted time like this because of you. More than once or twice. Is it because I am not superior? Or what? And the others deal with me because they don't think they're as good as Makaru? Yes, I know it well. If you understand, go away. Then, if not now, then someday. Someday, if I become as good as Makaru, then I will be your friend. Well, if that happens, I'll admit it. Just if it's possible. Would you like to try? If you have the guts and determination to be like me, then stand in the same position as me. At that time, I'll be willing to be your friend or anything. Yes, even if it's impossible right now, the day might come someday. They're gonna call me the ultimate hope, the super ice level hope, and then suddenly everybody will look up to me. As of now, soon I will be your boss. Makaru. As of now, this seems to be the maximum limit for getting close to Makaru. Why are you so happy? You're still quite incompetent. I'm telling you to get out of my face right now because I haven't had any time before. I don't have time for that. You're a strange guy. But it would be fun to watch you struggle to be friends with me. Where should you try? Makaru said something meaningful, whether it was encouragement or sarcasm, and walked away from me as usual. This is a big deal. I wouldn't even have to go to a missionary school or become friends with that girl. Haha. What? That's not correct. Okay, let me try to... try to figure out what that actually is. Grab it. And then I'm just putting spaces between the words. Okay. To become friends with that girl, you don't even need to be the top student in your school. Huh? Okay. Or you do have to, one or the other. Still, I think I've learned as much as I can about Makaru so far. Her past, her determination. Let us look forward to the day when we will be the same. I will be in the same position as her. Because it will come, apparently. I stood there blankly for a moment, then took a step forward. Okay. And I got her skill. Analyze. So now I finished Makaru. Okay, it's getting late, let's take a break. It would be nice to know if any of these things help me with panic talk action, but whatever. Inori's skill probably gives you extra health. And, I didn't get it, unfortunately. We are now gathered in the dining room at night, nearing midnight, or nearing nighttime. Originally it was time to have dinner, but there was no dinner. There wasn't even a single grain of rice left, so I was just sitting there at the table blankly. And no one opened the door, like doing a weight cut. Of course, because I had nothing to say. We ran out of food and couldn't even find a clue to escape. I couldn't even see if it was Monokuma's hidden treasure or something. We didn't even find that. Everyone is quite exhausted, both physically and mentally. Everyone, please listen. Gotta talk like I'm starving. I can't really do that right now. Let me try. Get the hospital voice on. Everybody, please listen. Even though I didn't find anything today, I will definitely find it tomorrow. Definitely tomorrow. Oh, what tomorrow? Do you think you can discover something tomorrow that you couldn't discover today? Oh, Tori, what does that mean? Isn't it time to face reality? We are finished now. It is impossible to leave unless someone kills us. Someone kills. What? Do you want someone to die right now? Yes, I want you to die. In fact, no, of course I don't mean that. Besides, I don't think any of us will actually commit a murder. But I sure feel like it. But it makes it all the more final. If no one dies, eventually we'll all starve to death. Don't be funny, someone will starve to death so we can escape from here soon. How are we gonna? No one, I guess it's more like no one will starve to death because we will escape from here soon. How are you going to escape? And it's because you're quartered like this in the first place. Haruhiko Kobashikawa. Enough. If things continue like this, despair will only engulf. That's right, no matter how much hope you don't see, you can't give up. It's important not to give up. And what should we do? You two, Maeda and Kurukawa, who are talking smugly. Is there any way? That's... Look at this. We are done now. We will not escape, and we will all end up starving to death here together. Oh, Tori, I may be the one. Something about saying that Otori's gonna kill somebody. And then Mekaru walks in and says, very something. Oh! Google Translate translates that to shit. So instead, so I guess it would translate to something like very shitty question mark. Mekaru. I was waiting for you guys to gather in one place. Why would you have to wait? They've done this a lot. I'd like to hear an explanation as to what happened. Oh, what happened? An explanation? I mean, the food, you idiots. What on earth did you do that caused the food to move? I heard recently that you guys are distributing it and eating it. Kobashikawa and Iranami. Ate it secretly every morning. Is your voice so blocked that you can't even speak? Do you have a brain? Wait a minute. Of course, Uranami's fault is big, but... That's you too, Makaru. You ate the food you wanted, so the food became less and less. Are you completely misunderstanding something? Police officers and I haven't eaten a meal in 3 days. What are you talking about? Makaru, is that really okay to eat like that? No, it's obviously a lie. That's right, since the second day I've been eating small amounts in the early morning. The food started disappearing from the very first day. That's right, besides, how does Makaru know whether Kinjo ate or not? You can tell it if you look at his face a little closely. What's more important than that? So the food is already disappearing from the beginning? And what on earth are these foods? That... food, there's still some left? This is something I found by chance in an open room in the dormitory while passing through the hallway. It was hidden under the bed. Under a bed. I thought this was someone's emergency food, but seeing your reactions, it seems like it wasn't. So, is that right? That's all there, this is all there is. It happens to be pies and cakes for some reason. What do you want to say? The owner of the open lodge I entered by chance. The person who used their lodgings where the food was hidden secretly hid the food from you and was eating it alone. Yeah? For example, the room where the food was hidden was room number 14. The 14th room. Would it be a good idea to keep your door straight? That idiot is trembling over there. That would have been... Uh-oh. Oh, Tori-kun? Wait, you have to wait. He treated us like this bastard is a sick person. Well, you're one to talk. You were the same, or you're not the same guy? Wait. This... On the first day, I didn't know I was trapped. I prepared food in advance. The food didn't disappear all at once. It disappeared little by little every morning. What you say is contradictory. No, that's it. I took it out little by little and wanted to share it with everyone. Don't lie, you little bastard. You've been pushing your wife, apparently, endlessly for her mistakes. And then you're in a hurry to make excuses because you're being cornered. Stop it, you guys. You're searching through other people's rooms on... Makaru, are you searching through other people's rooms on your own? Why? Is that the is it not the fault of the person who left the door open? Don't turn things around, Dotori. Now you and I are on equal footing, which means I'm going to beat the pulp out of you. But you're about to give up, and I'm doing an investigation. You're going to investigate harder because I made a mistake. So don't say things like it's over now, because you have no right to say that. You're noisy. You all say you all are noisy. It's impossible to get out of here anyway, hey, whether you eat food or not. Until a murder happens. This bastard. Kibashikawa-kun. It's okay because violence is not prohibited in the ballroom. This guy needs some beating to come to his senses. And Yamaguchi's not here to stop it. Did you hit me just now? Stop them both. Otori is at leave me alone, bitch, or something like that. Calm down. Kawashi Bawakawa, calm down. What a mess. I thought I would end up like this someday. You were the one who encouraged it. Are you doing that on purpose? What am I doing? And unfortunately, the pudgy guy is right. I've searched the small ballroom for the last 3 days, but I haven't found any clues. There's no way to get out of here other than killing. It would be impossible. That? What should we do? Choose someone to sacrifice. In the worst atmosphere, facing the worst reality, none of us could open our mouths, and we went back to our respective rooms in silence, losing our purpose. Makaru declared that it was impossible to escape from here. What should we do with no food? We had that little bit of food, which should be eaten by Makaru, honestly. What time is it now? When I woke up without realizing it. I felt a completely different feeling than usual, and then I felt a huge empty stomach in my stomach. I'm hungry. My stomach hurts. That's right. We ended up running out of food and couldn't eat anything yesterday. And Kobashi-kawa and Otori were fighting, and then the hope of being able to escape was gradually disappearing, and the situation was getting worse. Let's meet the other guys first. Morning. Oh, we have to walk. Well, okay, here we go, murder. It's happening. Okay, who's dead? Kobashi-kawa or Otori? One of those two, right? Oh, which one though would it be? It'd more likely be Otori because he's not part of a ship, right? Maeda-kun. Tyra, what's going on? Maeda-kun, it's a big problem. Except for Mikako-chan, the rest of the kids aren't gathered. What do you mean? Something about they don't move. Yesterday, Kobashi-kawa and Otori-kun fought like that. They both said they didn't want to see each other and are acting alone. Satsuki-chan is also walking alone for some reason. Well, they shouldn't do that. I expected it to some extent, but our bond began to fall apart. Could it be that, other than simply ordering people to commit murder, this was also something Monokuma had calculated? Maeda-kun, what should I do? Mikako-chan tells me to just leave it alone. Well, Mikako-chan is usually right. There's nothing we can do. We have no choice but to investigate on our own. I guess so. Is there anything left worth investigating? I'm no longer hungry. I have no strength, and I can't find anything. I'm sorry, I shouldn't sound weak. I'll go investigate. it can be seen that Tyra is also very mentally concentrated, or just drained. Reduced, mentally reduced. And it was the same for me too. I need to talk to the other kids first. It's not doing the free time event thing though. We're gonna find a murder. Where's Akane? Maeda, did you find something? No. It's not. It's not a. I'm hungry and I have no strength. She still is hungry. There's really nothing in this ballroom. The door won't move without the electronic student notebook. I wanted to tell Tyra, who's in trouble, not to give up, but the situation was so hopeless that I couldn't say anything to her. Right in here. No body? Nope, no body in here. Interesting. Yet. It's gonna happen soon. Maeda? Kabashikawa or Otori? I think Otori is more likely. Maeda? Kurukawa. Tyra said that everyone had scattered. I can't help it. As it is now, maybe today or tomorrow, is the limit. Limit spelled out in like like borrowed from English, like spelled out limit. But is there true that there is no progress to the investigation? What should we do? This room. This room with nothing. There is definitely something. This room is definitely suspicious. It's a room with nothing, just like your sentence, like you said. Something like, I am here. I plan to continue investigating. Maeda, please take care of the other kids. That's amazing mental strength. Kurukawa must have been hungry because she couldn't eat anything, but she didn't show any signs of it and was absorbed in investigation. Well, she might have like Curé syndrome or something. Okay, don't overdo it. I don't really want to go in there. Let's talk to the other kids. Oh, what if they're in there? Oh, he's still alive so far. Maeda. Oh, Tori. Something or other. Are you okay? I wasn't wrong the whole time. Then you'll just starve to death here? Or are you thinking of murder? I won't say much, but come to your senses. This is not the time to whine and give up. It's the same as what Kabashikawa has done. What? It's nothing. I'll investigate. Anyway, there's no need to gather separately now. There's no food. Perhaps because of hunger and the extreme situation of Tori's nerves, who are already a bit moody, seem to have become sharper. Something really happened like this? Or whatever. Snuck up right behind you, Makaru. You are not the idiot from the group whose trust relationship was broken or was ruined. Trying to make fun of me? I usually try to ignore it, but it's only when you do something like this that you get involved unnecessarily. Coming out strong. Well, that's alright. I can't even see any hope. Why are you so relaxed? The situation is the same for you too. I will lord it over you till the end. At least. It's like, well, at least I don't suck. Okay, just this time, she'll say, it might be a little dangerous. What? It's nothing. Don't talk to me anymore. I have to investigate. She's counting on someone else committing a murder, really. Unless I misheard, I think Makaru sounded listless. If Makaru is going this far, the situation seems to be the most dangerous ever. Satsuki. Open, open, open. Here, Nami, what are you doing? I'm trying to... instruct... I'm just basically trying to break the door down. Stop it. Monokuma said it. The rule book's disappeared. Damage to property is prohibited. You will die. If all we're doing, if we're gonna die like this anyway, wouldn't it be better to break down the door and save everyone? Who says that? We will escape together alive, every single one of us. Maeda would say that. But there's no need to get so upset. I'm just moving anyway. Should I really just shoot it with a bazooka? I told you not to. Oh yeah, you go get the bazooka from the armory and shoot the door with it. You can't even do that. If you try to enter the weapon storage, Kinjo will appear from somewhere and subdue you. What, Kinjo? That's what happens? Yes, but Kinjo also looks very strange in some way. Well, is Kinjo going crazy after starving for several days? Anyway. Don't do anything worth dying for, Ranami. If Satsuki goes so far as to say that, or if Maeda goes so far as to say that, then okay, it would be best to investigate and escape. Oh. Who does dangerous things without any hesitation? Ranami, who does dangerous things without any hesitation. By the way, is it possible that they are trying to prevent a murder from happening by preventing Kinjo from entering the... Is Kinjo trying to prevent a murder from happening by trying to prevent anybody from entering the armory? It'd be nice to go to the armory and meet Kinjo. Okay. Kitchen. Which is analogous to the room with nothing in it, right? Maeda, why are you so saggy? Should I tell you something interesting? I went into the armory a while ago, and it was never my intention to kill, I was just looking for something. But the guns in there are super antique. I'm slightly interested in the military, so it's very interesting from an enthusiast point of view. The type of revolvers and rifles are mostly early models, but they are now discontinued and hard to find. Why are you suddenly trying to force a conversation, Kawashikawa? I feel like I have to force myself to stay bright in order to feel better. Yeah, I understand. But I heard you suddenly acted alone this morning. Don't worry, I just want to be alone for a while, so I don't plan on staying away from you. As it is, I can't concentrate on the investigation, so I just wanted to take a breather. I'm hungry too. Because of what happened with Otori, but if I give up here, I will really die. Oh. I know, you shouldn't talk weakly. But now, give me some time to gather my thoughts. My feelings are very complicated. You're a dude, though. Kawashikawa and Otori. Might be better not to worry about Kawashikawa and Otori for the time being. Come to think of it, Iranami said that Kinjo is waiting in the armory. It'd be nice to meet Kinjo once. Let's go to the armory. Fine. I'll investigate these. There is no food. We've run out of food. So I have to go meet Kinjo in the armory. You're not gonna pop out of nowhere? Pop. There he pops. Well, I don't think there's anyone here. Stop. Get out of here right now. Kinjo? Would I have told you to get out of here? Have I not told you to get out of here? Can you hear me? Or something like that. Okay, do you hear me? I told you to get out of here. Just wait. I didn't specifically come to kill or touch weapons. I came to check because Kinjo was in the armory. Or I heard Kinjo was in the armory. What do you mean? You thought I was preparing for a murder? I didn't mean that. I just want to talk to Kinjo. What are you doing in the armory? Thought there'd be some guys who were starting to take weapons. Take notice of the weapons. I've been hiding since last night to investigate the weapons depot. There is no one among us who's willing to commit a murder. Just today, have three people already come and gone? Including you, that makes for 4. No, I just went to seize Kinjo's condition. That's right, everyone may have the same personal reasons like me. You can't necessarily say it was for murder. So, the other person who came in here was, of course, Otori. But we don't know who the other 2 were that were going to come in here. If you ignore such trivial reasons, you will never be able to stop murder from happening. Just because I'm away from you, don't think I don't know about your situation. I'm guarding the armory now, so there are plenty of weapons even if they aren't here. If I can't stop a murder happening right in front of my eyes, something like, damn it, if I curse me, if I cannot stop a murder happening right in front of my eyes. It may be a bit rude to say this, but it's not that you don't care. Is it not that you don't care what happens to us? You thought we were all criminals. Well, why am I doing this? I don't care what happens to you guys. I just care about murders happening in front of me. Kinjo. Are your feelings complicated because of what Yuhara said? I can't say you're right or wrong because I'm just an ordinary student, but I know that you have a stronger sense of justice than anyone else and that your desire to protect people is genuine, even if your methods might be a bit extreme. I wanted to tell you this the day after Yuhara's trial. Sorry. It's late. What? Or it's too late. It's already too late for everything. Please leave quickly, because it will never happen that a weapon disappears from this armory. Anyone could see that Kinjo was seriously worried. I can't understand him completely, but if Yuhara's actions are the cause, I can sympathize a little. The tragedy had occurred because of the beliefs that he thought were right until now. This is shaking the very foundation of Kinjo's way of thinking up until now. The same will happen to me if confusion comes to the source of my own thoughts that I have believed in since I was born. Well, this may push Kinjo to commit a Gundam Tanaka-style sacrifice of himself. Well, Kinjo commits a murder in order to just end the situation. But he'd have to end someone else's life, though. Who would he find most disposable? Otori? That's what most of the people seem to be thinking. What? The source of myself. Such an incredible feeling of dizziness overtakes my mind. Ah. I look at face down in my bed. Ah. 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 My head is spinning and the world is red. It's a similar phenomenon to what I experienced at the front gate the day of the entrance ceremony. Oh no! Don't get another memory wipe. It was hard to even stand, so I went straight back to my room and lay down on the bed. Oh. It was really painful. It's hard to keep my eyes open. I'm lucky I haven't eaten anything recently, otherwise I would have vomited. So you basically just got gassed. Well, I'm definitely tired these days. Probably because I didn't eat anything. I felt sorry for my other friends, but there was nothing I could do. I closed my eyes, trying to force myself to sleep as much as possible. Here we go. Okay, so Akane. Taira Akane. Maeda-kun. Are you there? Are you in there? That's right, suddenly my head hurt like crazy, so I closed my eyes for a moment. Looks like Taira is outside. For some reason, my eyes are shaking. It's probably my head was gone, but my piston was shaking randomly, perhaps because of my empty stomach. It's dangerous. Even if I stay still, I start to stumble. As I slept for half a day, I need to do more research and get out of here quickly. The limit is slowly approaching. First, let's meet Taira, who's knocking on the door from the outside. Morning. Maeda-kun. Thank goodness you're there. Why, Taira? Why? What's wrong? I was worried because I couldn't see you anywhere. Well, I was just sleeping in my room. For hell half a day. What, Maeda-kun? What are you talking about? Maeda-kun, I didn't see you all day yesterday. Yesterday? What? Thanks to that, there's chaos now. No one is looking for Maeda-kun, thinking you might be dead. And then everyone goes half crazy from hunger. Wait a minute. I've been sleeping for more than a day? You didn't check my room? Of course, I knocked on the door first, but there was no response. I can't believe it. But I can't believe I wasted more than a day of time. Maeda-kun, are you okay? That's nothing. I'm sorry for making you worry. Need to investigate. I'm so hungry, I feel like I'm going crazy. Besides, I've been lying down for more than a day, so I don't have any strength. Is Taira okay? There's no way it's going to be okay. Same goes for the other kids. I'm so sick of it now. I want to leave this ballroom. Okay, time to wobbly walk into a crime. Maeda-kun, are you okay? You don't look very well. Taira, this is strange. How can you be okay? I'm not doing well either. I'm barely holding on. So come back to your usual, Maeda-kun. Come to your senses. I don't even have the power to answer. Kako in here? Yep. This is really drawn out. Oh dear. It's like the TC Purge. Oh, Maeda, look at this. There's a butterfly in this butterfly. Where'd it come from? There's a butterfly in there. Uranami seems to be out of her mind. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do blah. Otori is out of his mind. Yeah, they all got infected with TC Purge. Okay, sanitarium. Damn, I think I'm gonna die in a place like this. Mikaru is out of her mind. There is no food. We have run out of food. I was looking for Almeidanya, but he suddenly disappeared. Oh, Maeda kid, but he suddenly disappeared. Why were you looking? Well, I was looking for you. Forgot to eat. I was hungry. Something like that. But who are you? Is this the real Maeda? Or be a fake Maeda who transformed into the real Maeda? I'll bite you once and check. Kawashikawa is out of his mind. Kinjo is in here, right? The armory. A lot of weapons in here. Kinjo is the last person we haven't talked to. I presume he might be dead. Human being can be turned into a corpse in an instant. There are a lot of weapons. Is he dead? It's just a moment. If it was he's the last one left. We could have literally just killed Kinjo off. That would be a big subversion I would have never guessed. If you just wait for that moment, I can get out of here. Ak. Maeda, I don't know where you were and what you did during the day. You were thinking about useless things? Kinjo? What are you trying to do now? You were unconsciously trying to kill? Or were you unconsciously trying to kill? You just ran at full speed to grab a gun. Was I trying to commit murder? Question mark. Yes. I didn't mean that. Kinjo's warning brought me back to my senses, but I began to feel dazed again due to the immense hunger and fatigue in my stomach. I have no intention of condoning, do you understand? Something like that. Isn't it strange that you won't go crazy in this situation? What? Me too. What? Gak. I will forgive you. I will forgive you for that now. Originally, I would have definitely imposed sanctions. I will solve it soon. And he walks out. I don't know what that means. My mouth feels numb and it feels like 2 of my teeth are broken. Why is Kinjo so strong? But thanks to you, I have come to my senses. I don't know what happened to me yesterday, but I will never be consumed by despair again. I will protagonist power up, whoop, and the world stops shaking around me. In order to do that, first of all, he gathered them up. Sorry for calling you all so suddenly. Oh, it's okay. It's mealtime. I'm hungry. Let's eat quickly. There is no food. It looks like I got some groceries from the supermarket, so that's what I eat. Everyone come to your senses. This story is a mess. So, why call? As expected, everyone looks very tired due to extreme hunger. If we don't do something about this as soon as possible... It's already been more than a week since we've been trapped here. We're all slowly reaching our limit because of hunger. I think it would be better to give up on the idea of escaping by manufacturing. We need some hardline measures, so let's all think about it together. What kind of hardline policy? It's so hard to even sit down right now. I'm hungry. Calm down. So let's think about it. Think of this as your last chance. If more time passes, you won't even be able to think, and you'll just be waiting for death. Well said, Maeda. Otori? It's a hard line, so I was waiting for him to say that. I have a really cool idea. Sacrifice Kinjo. 2 people sacrifice for everyone. What? Let's draw 2 people. One to play the victim and the other to play the criminal, and the criminal kills the victim and is executed. Monokuma said suicide is not allowed, but this is not suicide at all. It's definitely an act of another person killing another person, so no. No. I'm not hallucinating because I'm hungry. What did you just say now, Otori? Let's sacrifice 2 people so the rest can live. No matter how hard it is, there are things that can be said and things that cannot be said. Okay, think whatever you want. Here's some paper and a pen. Use it to write down one person you want to pick as the culprit and one person you want to pick as the victim. Let's play Danganronpa. Otori? Ick. Kobashikawa was as angry as a few days ago and tried to approach Otori, but he didn't eat anything in the past few days and seemed to have no strength, so he just sat down in his chair. No matter what you think, there is no way out other than this. Or is there any way out other than this question? Otori, why are you doing this all of a sudden? You are not the type of person to do something like this. Yes, he is. It would be like, I would not be like this in normal times, but these are not normal times at all. Take it now. Otori? I think Otori's opinion is okay. Iranami? If we keep fighting like this all the time, our relationship will worsen, and then we will all die together. It would be better for me to sacrifice myself, so I wish you could at least live. What are you talking about? We will all get out if you're alive. No one left out. Think about it calmly. You are all just crazy because you are hungry. I think I have to make a decision now. This approach is wrong, after all. If this really goes on, we will all die. I don't want that. Tyra, but this method. No. No. Everyone must not be consumed by despair. Despair. Is it this the only way? Or is this... No, it's not despair. It's... Okay, it's kind of hard. Chongmar is really... Charmang is despair. It's really easy to get them mixed up. It might be better for someone to come to an agreement and sacrifice someone like this rather than commit a full murder full of malice. But... might as well be malicious. Someone's gonna die. You also saved the paper. I thought Monokuma took your belongings. I always carry extra paper and pins in my pockets, so when I changed into party clothes, I put what was in my original clothes. But not your student handbook, though. Well, I see. Well, I'll write it down now. Because I only have one pin after using it. Wait, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? But this method... maybe it's for the best. Maeda! Come to your senses, people. This can't happen. Pain caused by continued hunger, sharpened nerves, worsening relationships. The desire to end it all makes normal thinking impossible. Maybe Monokuma was aiming for this. At that time, I was about to receive a piece of paper from Motori without realizing it. It's a sight. Quenchanrokan. Who is it? Monokuma or Rei? I doubt Kinjo would walk in. Oh, it's Kinjo. Wow, my third choice walked in. Kinjo? What are you doing here? You said you wouldn't be with us. Looking at your current situation, you're trying to reach an agreement and decide who will die. It's a really cool murder plan. It's wrong. The kids right now are just out of their minds because of hunger. They aren't the type of kids who would do something like this. But there is no way. Kinjo, please do something for me. Originally, I didn't want to ask you for anything, but... even Maeda became strange, saying there is no one he could trust outside of... out of the corners? I don't know. If you follow me, I'll do anything, so please save us. You can do it. Is it impossible? Even you have given up? There is one solution, of course, without committing murder. Someone violates the school, sacrifices themselves violating the school rules, and they only lose one person. That can't be right. How do I resolve the situation? Oh, you all kill yourselves at the same time. Wait. What are you doing now? What kind of gun is this? It's a pistol taken from the armory. I get it. We just do a duel. Just like a 7-way quick draw. Why are you handing out pistols to us? This is the only salvation. I will hand out a pistol to everyone. Let us all commit suicide together with that pistol. An unstable laugh, not like Kinjo's. Cold sweat. Crazy eyes. I too is out of my mind right now, but I knew right away that Kinjo was even more crazy than that. What kind of bullshit is this? Are you crazy? You guys are the ones who are crazy and trying to commit murder. If you're gonna kill someone and get out of here, it's better to starve to death. Then why are you telling us to commit suicide when we could starve to death? Even if it becomes easier for me to commit suicide, there's a possibility that those who will remain will commit murder. Even if I die, I can't tolerate being a murderer. It's only about 100% in there they got. There's still a less than... There's still... Okay. I plan to watch you all commit suicide and then die. I will not bear the responsibility until the end. Such a crazy bastard. Don't even think about rebelling, because I will make you commit suicide with all my might. I think you, who are just high school students, will be able to win in a... Do you think you, who are just high school students, will be able to win in a real battle? Kobachin. Don't be funny. You're forcing me to commit suicide? That's murder, you attempted murderer. Even if this is treated as murder, you also planned the murder by saying you'd vote for who to kill. I told you, the murderer isn't even human, so you can't call it murder. And it's okay if this is a sin. I'll follow you right away. Criminal. Are you also thinking of rebelling? From what I heard outside, I heard that you were the one who suggested choosing the victim. If you had made the suggestion, you would have been prepared to die. So why are you scared of suicide? Is it true that you can protect yourself by sacrificing others? Please save me, I don't want to die. I mean, yeah, it's like, you made the suggestion, but like, if you make that suggestion and you don't want to die yourself, then you're counting on voting for someone else, right? Good point. Or someone else volunteering. It's not me who kills you. You're the one who will do it first, so kill yourself. Kinjo. Maeda, are you trying to find a weapon in the armory? You were trying to find a weapon in the armory a little while ago. In addition, my desire to sympathize with Otori is disappointing in many... Your desire to sympathize with Otori is disappointing in many ways. Okay. Please stop you being crazy, Kinjo. Taira Akane. Is a girl. You may be a girl, but don't even give it a try. Especially for a woman like you with a history of attempted murder. Kobe-ching. What a waste of time. Besides, my empty stomach is slowly reaching its limit. So I want to get comfortable. Let's stop these pointless fights and be comfortable together. With this. This is the only way to save you guys. Donnie. I took coercive action to save you guys, but as a result, you guys ostracized me and made me and think of me as a criminal. But only now can you find help. Let's all escape this terrible reality together, and we'll be freed from suffering forever. Kinjo, You're out of your mind right now. You've been like that for a few days. To me, you look like you're wandering. After Yuhara's trial, you began to question your own way of thinking. What? You were clearly divided black and white until now, but only one desire to protect people while carrying out your own justice. But you reprimanded Yuhara for committing murder with the same intention. And I realized this after hearing something from you, and you realized this after hearing that from Yuhara. What other people think of yourself? To us, since the murder game began. No, everything you did as a police officer until now was seen that way in the eyes of others. The more you thought about it, the more you didn't know what to do. It was wrong because you realized that everything you had done was so far was in vain? Shut up. Stop protagonist speeching me. It's not like you to be violent towards us like this, and asking us to commit suicide is proof that you have lost your mind. I told you to shut up about the topic. You know nothing about it. Kak Maeda-kun. Kick. He slips. It was at that moment he knew. Unable to control his emotions rushing towards me, tripped on a wrinkled part of the carpet with ghostly timing and fell. Now. And then they subdue him. What should we do? I tied him up for now. Not missing the moment when Kinjo lost his balance and fell, Tyra rushed in and used the tablecloth to wrap Kinjo. But the tablecloth is still on the table, somehow. Currently, Kinjo is lying down, looking like a prisoner, unable to use his hands or feet with a gag in his mouth. Kinjo is really crazy. If we don't do something like this, he'll kill us all, so there's nothing we could do. Rather than killing Kinjo, he was trying to commit suicide. Kinjo, as opposed to killing, he was trying to commit suicide. Or something. That's it. When you force someone to commit suicide, it's not suicide. Oh, by the way, it's a big deal. It was hard because I was hungry, but I feel like it's really dangerous now that I'm moving so violently. We have to do something. Don't frown. I got hit pretty hard. It's not because the wound hurts. It feels like gastric juice is refluxing in my stomach. I wasted more of my stamina than I could have saved. In order to overcome the situation, we needed to take a hardline policy, but that means we can only make extreme choices like Otori. Because of that choice, my stamina was consumed like this, and if I tried to escape somehow, I would make a hard line again. Only a meaningless infinite loop hovers around the place. Already none of us can offer a solution. Until Makaru walks in. What should we do with Kinjo now? Because he is dangerous. Let's go to Kinjo's dormitory. Lock the door and take him there. But if you lock it, how will Kinjo, who is tied by his hands and feet, be able to get out and open it from the outside? Now is not the time to worry about Kinjo. Even our fate is unclear. So we are just stuck here for the rest of our lives or something. Otori, don't talk nonsense. I have the key to Kinjo's room. Let's take it out later when the situation is resolved. Then what should we do? Let's just think about it separately. Let's stick together, because guys like Kinjo and Otori are going on a rampage again. Was I bad the whole time? You guys accepted the paper and said that it was good. Shut up, Otori. I want to punch you in the face right now, but I'm holding back because I feel like I'll die on the spot if I use up any more stamina. Following what Kobashikawa said, I don't think we'll come to a solution just by putting our heads together and thinking together. Another meaningless day passes like that. It was a contradictory statement, and there was no way I could have come up with a solution that didn't come to mind, even if we thought about it together. We just had to wait until the murder happens. Gradually my stomach reached its limit, and it wouldn't be strange if I died right away. If I lost my mind even a little, I felt like I would just close my eyes and die. And if I forced myself to come back to my senses, I could see myself thinking only about murder. morning announcement. It's like, everyone wake up. Time doesn't have much meaning, but a regular life still contributes to building a healthy body. It's morning and I'm not sure if I slept or not. I just have an unpleasant feeling like there's noise in my head. My body no longer felt like my own. As if to prove it, my body began to move regardless of my will. Somewhere. Going somewhere. I have to go. Morning. Is this free time events or something? The tightly closed door of the armory is full of weapons. Here are the only clues that can help us overcome the situation. How come I didn't know there was a way to escape the pain so easily? My reason and morals have already disappeared. I'd rather wait to die like this. Would I rather wait to die? Huh? He's contemplating shooting himself with the gun in the armory. The armory is locked. No, I don't remember ever seeing a lock on the weapon door. This door can't be locked. Why doesn't it open? What are you doing? What's with the fuss, Maeda? Oh, Tori. You're here at the right time. The weapons door does not open. What? Who locked it? There's no way it was locked. The door to the armory wasn't designed to have a lock, so someone blocked it with something from inside. Help me open this. What is it? It seems like something is broken inside. Looks like the door whatever's blocking the door from the inside has been broken. Will it open now? I think so. Ah! Wow, what is this? Radiation. With a noise, the moment that opened the door, the view was white. This is probably the most annoying sound you've ever experienced in a Let's Play. This high-pitched whine. It feels like I've been hit by a flashbang that often appears in games, and FPS was part of it. In first-person shooter games. Up, down, left, right became unclear, and it became impossible to tell whether you were standing or lying down. Could you just quit with the whining, please? Thank you. With a tinnitus simulator? How much time passed? As my eyesight and hearing slowly recovered, the image of Otori and me rolling on the floor began to appear in my eyes. Cough, cough. What is it? It's smoky. My eyes are still weird. The tears won't stop. Who's making this joke? Someone tear-gassed it? Oh, there's something inside. Otori? So who's dead? It's not Otori. Because he's with us. So, Kobashikawa was dead? Huh. I'm guessing Kobashikawa. I couldn't even walk properly because my head was still ringing, but I walked into the armory as I was possessed by something. This is because the thick smell of smoke was mixed with a familiar smell that I had smelled many times over the past few weeks. The smell of blood, baby. Pee! Yes, this is the smell of blood, which apparently is pibirine. Here we go. As soon as I smelled that smell, my mind froze. Unable to accept reality, I was faced with a cruel reality awaiting in the armory. I had no choice but to engrave it in my eyeballs. Here we go. I was right. I guess it's last minute, though. He was dead with his eyes open, empty, without any of the vitality left in his life. The cruel reality of the death of super high school level pilot Haruhiko Kobashikawa. Kobashikawa. Chukazda! And this murder has indeed occurred. Due to the noise, the flashbang, and the thick smoke, other children soon came running, and then the body discovery broadcast came on. Need 3 people, right? After these incredible events that happened in an instant, we ate. I ate like crazy. I ate food ravenously as if I was trying to vent my anger. After Kawashikawa's body was discovered, Monokuma immediately provided us with food. He told us to eat as much as we could, as there was plenty of it. Since a murder had occurred, an investigation must be conducted, and of course a class trial must be held. And you're all gonna puke during it, or you're gonna get refeeding syndrome, one or the other. But first you have to eat. Eat as much as you can to recover your stamina, and do your best to find the culprit who killed Kobashikawa. Unable to hold back our hunger, we continue to eat, to find the culprit who murdered our friend. As Kobashikawa has left us, there are only 7 people left. Now, Kinjo and Makaru are together to fuel their stomachs. Everyone didn't say anything, perhaps because they were in shock or because they were about to eat food for the first time in a few days. Except for one person, Hiranami. He was so cute. You're noisy. Eat or cry. So sad, what should I do? I'm so hungry and sad. So, they broke a ship. Okay, unlikely but not impossible. I mean, I guessed it. Okay. Since Hiranami was always closest to Kobashikawa, she must have felt the greatest sadness of losing Kobashikawa. Hiranami, who tried to remain as bright as possible in any situation, could not hold back her tears. So it seems like she would not be the culprit then. I know that Yuki's not the culprit in this case. So at least 5 people to narrow it down to. Tori himself seems is the biggest, most probable right now because he's peripheral. Guys, listen while you eat. Before we start investigating, I have something to confess. Actually, I was worried about how many times I would commit murder over the past few days. In fact, I went in and out of the armory countless times. I'm sorry for being rude. Anyone would have said that. It wasn't my Anakin's fault. Actually, I hesitated several times too. It's strange that I didn't go crazy. You did. Even if I went crazy and decided to hire someone who would die just for the sake of it, I was so crazy that I deserved to die 10,000 times. By the way, that guy Kobashikawa... Kobaching... It is no one's fault. The bad thing is Monokuma. There's no way to undo the murder that occurred. There is no choice but to go to trial again. He's not going to like that. Since I'm full, let's start researching. I'll ask you guys to investigate as well. You can't die because you failed the trial when you've escaped the risk of starving to death. Something about the right moment, Kinjo. What? Why are you so calmly asking for cooperation? Don't you have anything to say? Aren't you going completely crazy? Aren't you going completely crazy and trying to force us to commit mass suicide? I won't say I don't remember. But you were going crazy and making a fuss. Don't say you don't remember. Didn't I tell you that we will not treat you like a criminal, only in a class trial situation? I would like to ask for your cooperation as much as possible. 'Cause plot. Was I crazy? I can't remember. You're gonna get away with it? We almost died because of you. Don't get me wrong, it's just that I don't have any crazy memories. I'm not so soft that I'm going crazy because I'm just hungry. So you're crazy about your crazy then. Kinjo, wait a minute. Are you saying that you weren't crazy? You did that in your right mind? What? After thinking carefully? You tried to kill us? Because that was the only way to solve the situation without a murder occurring. That is crazy. He goes to sleep hungry and then goes crazy even in normal times. Why do I have to be criticized? I only acted to save you people by trying to force you to commit mass suicide. I didn't want to see you as would-be criminals. What are you trying to save? Death is not death. Is this some sort of pseudo-religion where death is not, where you commit suicide, then death is not eternal or something? I want at least one word of apology from you. Apology is about admitting that you did something wrong and expressing your regret. I didn't do anything wrong, so why do I have to regret and apologize? If it's an apology, it's you who tied me up and imprisoned me. I'm letting you go now because I'm about to go to a trial, but I know you'll definitely be held accountable for this. Middle. Tori, stop it. Kanjo, there's something strange about you now. It's not like you just hate crime. The atmosphere itself has completely changed. You are strange now. You don't know yourself. Do you not know yourself best? Told you to shut up, Maeda. Right now, no matter what both sides say, the fact that we are on the verge of a class trial remains the same. Don't talk nonsense and focus on the investigation. Kinju, like Maeda-kun said, Kinju-kun. Something very strange about Kinju-kun. What happened to Laser Guy? Why is he like that? Just a little. That's good anyways. Just like that guy said, the fact that we're on the verge of a class trial doesn't change. Just because you've been free so far don't think about doing anything half-heartedly. Why are you like this? Maeda, I understand your complicated feelings, but they are right. Let's focus on the investigation now. Iranami, you two. Kobashi, even for Kobashikawa. Yes? I understand. Mikako, just take charge now, okay? For the investigation, we changed from party clothes that we no longer needed to wear to everyday clothes. Oh, so we're not going to do the trial in the party clothes? As a result, we were able to retrieve our electronic student handbooks and become more able to move. Due to Kobashikawa's death, the imminent starvation was avoided, but if the truth was not revealed in the ensuing class trial, the effort will be in vain. The same story as before. There are various problems, such as Kinjo, but as my friend said, let's just focus on the problem in front of us for now. The class trial is not so soft that we can think about other things. That's a really complicated blood situation there. As expected, we should start investigating from here. This is the armory where the body was found. It was a lot better than before, but the smoke from when I opened the door was still in full bloom. Anyways, tried to stay bright even if he has to force himself. Kobashikawa always tries to stay bright even if he has to force himself and keeps us from getting discouraged. He thought about us as friends differently too, or something. This time, when he was trapped in the ballroom, he was able to maintain his senses even though everyone else went crazy and was on the verge of murder. Why was he like that? Because he had to be the victim. I'll find out. Because of his death, we survived. You will never let your death be in vain. We will survive for Kobashikawa's sake, or something like that. Okay, here we go. I'll investigate inside first, gee whiz. So, I was wrong. I thought the murder would take place in the empty room, but it didn't take place in the armory. Interesting. Let's investigate the smoke bomb. Wait. Smoke bombs and flash bombs are rolling on the ground. Multiple of them? The smell. This is the source of the smoke. It's a military smoke bomb commonly used for strategic purposes in modern warfare that has fallen to the ground and was still slightly emitting smoke. Also, in the immediate vicinity of the smoke bomb, there was a flash bomb that had already been used and had become an empty can. Flash bombs and smoke bombs are, of course. When Otori and I opened the weapons door for the first time in the morning, an enormous light and sound suddenly struck us. At the same time, a smoke screen as thick as fog spread out. If we look at up to this point, anyone can say with certainty that these bombs were the ones that exploded at that time, and the door is kind of blocked by them. Then the question is, who set this off and why? And how did the locked room mystery get resolved here? The most realistic case is that the test culprit was already in the armory when we opened the weapons room. Even if we estimate the time of Kobashikawa's death, the time would have been roughly correct, and no matter how loud we made it in the absolutely soundproof armory, he would have been able to avoid being detected. I don't know what that means. That didn't make sense. However, there's only one entrance to the armory. If you had to want to escape, you had no choice but to encounter us outside. Could it be smoke bombs and flash bombs were to avoid that? Yeah, but you pursued through. However, when I think back to the situation in the morning, it is difficult to feel that it was artificially set off by someone. Does it feel like the door burst open at the time we opened it? No way. Yeah, by means of opening the door, you set off the bombs. As expected. What? There is a thick wooden board stuck in the inner handle of the weapons door, and it is now broken in two in the direction of the opening door. In the morning, just before I opened the door with Otori, I heard the sound of something breaking. I think it was probably the wooden plank. What can be inferred so far is the weapons door is secured with a thick board using a latch, and a flash bomb used as a latch, and a flash bomb and smoke bomb were placed on the board. In that case, if you forcefully open the door from the outside, the board will break, and the bomb you placed in it will fall to the floor. That shock becomes the trigger, and the bomb explodes. But something is strange. In the end, if the criminal is trying to escape from the armory by taking advantage of the enormous light and sound, was there a need to use such a cumbersome method? I can't even guess what the criminal's goal is. The Danganronpa criminal always makes things more complicated than they need to be. Flash bombs and smoke bombs were added to the as truce bullets. Wooden plank was also added. You go see at the blood. Okay. Weapon in the corner. Yes? While examining the corner of the wall, I suddenly felt a sense of discomfort. Why is there a gun left alone in the corner like this? I picked up the gun and checked it. It had the characteristic heavy feel of a pistol, but I couldn't find anything practically strange. Is it loaded? How many bullets? If it's a gun that is no different from any other guns scattered around. Did this just fly a little further away? Wait, what are you doing now? Oh, whoa, Tori? Take your hands off that gun right now. No, I think there's some misunderstanding. I was just investigating. What? What do you mean it explodes? What are you doing? Why have you decided to kill now? It's a shame I told you, but if you had to just shot it, you would have been in big trouble. Don't ever touch that gun. No, I think there's a misunderstanding. I'm just investigating. Why would I want to commit murder? I didn't mean to shoot. That's right. What do you mean it explodes more than that? That's nothing, forget it. What? Okay, so he did it. Uncle Tori, he's the culprit. Sudden behavior was strange. I decided to follow his words and leave the pistol in its original place since it could be dangerous. Let's check out Tori's strange behavior is causing something. Let's check. Gun in the corner. Tori's strange behavior. Cannot investigate this gun. This gun, fine. Blood everywhere. Okay. Just by looking at it, the deadly weapons are listed. Oh. This gun is uninteresting. What about this gun that barely stands out of the texture? No. What about this gun? This is a pistol. It lies right near Kobashikawa. If so, this pistol is the weapon that killed Kobashikawa. I thought so, but I soon realized that was wrong. All the guns scattered on the floor. This wasn't the only gun that fell on the floor. Perhaps it was the criminal's fault, but most of the guns fell on the floor and were mixed up in a haphazard manner. At this point, it's impossible to know which gun was the weapon that directly killed Kobashikawa. It would be difficult to conclude that this is the gun used as a weapon just because it is the closest. It seems like all the guns were scattered to prevent the criminal from finding the weapon. What? Let's just take a look. Disheveled guns. That doesn't make sense, but whatever. Monokuma. Ah, Maeda-kun. You're here at the right time. Monokuma, why are you here? Are you treating me rudely? I treated you to a meal as promised. You ate a lot? I don't have time to joke around with you, so I'll disappear quickly. Why are you so angry? Anyway, you forgot something, so I came to tell you. Monokuma file number 4. Ah, yes. Reaction of the week. Maeda-kun is stupid. Monokuma file number 4. Already. No, I don't think about useless things about... I only think about useless things about the suicide incident. Okay. Kinjo. Maeda. As expected, I can't hide the awkward feeling. Kinjo told me to just focus on the investigation, but I guess I'm a little worried too. Why? Do you want to ask about something about the incident? What? Kobashikawa's body. Was he not shot to death? That's right, there is actually a hole in the chest, and the Monokuma file states that the cause of death was excessive bleeding due to a gunshot wound. Gun? Until now, thanks to the school stage, murders have been committed using objects that can be found in everyday life. A person actually got shot dead? It's okay, you guys may be unfamiliar, but I'm much more familiar with gunshot wounds. If you don't know something, it's okay to ask. Is it because of the incident occurred? Even though there was such a conflict before 24 hours ago, the current Kinjo was not much different from how he usually treats me. This plot convenience. Well, I guess it was a gun, and he got hit in the chest. Would it be better to see this as an instant death? No, I don't think it's worth calling for Kobashikawa to die instantly. That's it. Even though it's shot in the chest, it's not the heart, but the right lung. The bullet passed through his body. Since it didn't get stuck, I think I might have been able to move. He might have been able to move a little, let alone die immediately. That doesn't mean it was stuck. It means it was completely penetrated. Then would it be more dangerous? There are surprisingly many people who think of it that way, but in reality, it's better for a bullet to penetrate the body than to remain lodged in the body. Bullets cause 3 types of damage to the body. One is bleeding, the other is burns, and the last is shock due to the kinetic energy of the bullet. If you look at it one by one, in the case of burns, it is difficult to cause much damage because the surface area is small. It's also rare for people to die immediately from excessive bleeding as soon as they are hit by a bullet. However, the impact caused by kinetic energy is a different story. If you get hit with a fist or a wooden block, it will be difficult to move due to the impact. Well, if you were an ordinary person without any special training, it would be even worse. If the bullet becomes inside the body, it changes the kinetic energy, adds shock energy, and makes a space in the body. The fact that this space has been created means that the body has received a large shock, and this shock can cause damage that cannot be ignored and cause damage to surrounding organs. Yeah, I don't really know what you're talking about, but anyway, penetration is much better. Yeah, that's like that. In fact, in foreign countries, there are bullets that split the front part and cause fragments to lodge in every corner of the body where the bullet hits. Like a hollow point. That's terrible. I've shot those. Not into people, obviously. That said, I said this, but being hit by a bullet, whether lodged in the body or penetrating, is a fatal wound in itself. In the case of, especially Kobashikawa, as Maeda said, he was hit in the chest, so even if it was pierced, it is highly likely that his lung would have been punctured. Highly likely, it went through. As I said, the shock was less, but he would have died shortly after due to breathing difficulties and bleeding. It's a pity. Guns should only be fired at bad guys unless it's an extreme situation. That extreme situation where they should be fired at someone else besides a bad guy? I don't think there's any need to talk about that. Oh, you mean when you need to commit suicide? Okay. Anyway, I've just finished a rough inspection of the armory, so I'll move to another place. I'll make sure to inspect it thoroughly. Basically what he's saying is, if the bullet stops inside of you, it has converted all of its kinetic energy into other forms, right? If it goes all the way through, it hasn't. So it's done less work while inside the body if it goes all the way through. Yesterday, he seemed very unstable. Recently. Maybe it's because of the incident, but things seem a little okay. Was I the only one who had a hard time dealing with it? Kinjo is a completely different person when we first met him, and he is hostile toward us, and when he is investigating, then he's investigating the case. First, let's check what Kinjo said. That didn't make any sense, but whatever, I'm gonna keep going anyway. I didn't understand everything, but to summarize, it was better to be pierced than to be pierced. Better to be pierced by a bullet than have the bullet lodged in you. And Kobashikawa was pierced. Kinjo's account. Monokuma file. This is Monokuma file that was left behind. Don't think it'll help us much, but I guess I should read it. The victim was Haruhiko Kobashikawa. The estimated time of death was approximately 6, I think it would probably be 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. I can grab the AM PM marker here. 6 a.m. Okay, so the estimated time of death was 6 a.m. when the body was found in the armory. So he died about when you found his body. The cause of death was excessive bleeding due to it, but it took a while for him to die, so, you know. Doesn't mean he died, like the gunshot rang out at that moment. I could have done like a Nagito thing where, by breaking the door down, did some sort of Rube Goldberg machine thing that ended up shooting Kobashikawa. So they set something up where, like, directly he got murdered by Otori and Yuki at the same time. Oh dear, we'll see after we're done with this investigation whether that makes any sense. The cause of death was excessive bleeding due to a gunshot wound to the right chest, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand were ruptured and cut off. Gunshot wound had a vague guess from the first time I saw the armory in the ballroom. But looking at this fact, it seems like the weapon was a gun. Estimated time of death was 6 a.m. I lost my sense of time as I was locked in the ballroom, but when I went to the dormitory to change a little while ago, I checked and found that the current time was around morning. In other words, it has been less than an hour since Kobashikawa died. Less than 3 hours. Less than 3 hours since Kobashikawa died. I woke up this morning to a broadcast announcing the morning, so to morning broadcast, the incident didn't happen just by chance. At 7 a.m., they said 6 a.m., I guess an hour, so the incident happened an hour before he showed up. So maybe mistranslations of the Monokuma file then. This time the time of death is written correctly, and the cause of death can be guessed based on the cause of death. That's very profound. There was a trap in the Monokuma file in the previous incident. There was confusion about the time because it did not write down whether it was AM or PM, but unfortunately there seems to be no room for suspicion in this Monokuma file. But that's all. The Monokuma file is also a Monokuma file. There doesn't seem to be any special clues to be found. No, just because we know the estimated time of death, let's record it first. Okay, so we showed up around 7, he died around 6. Now the body itself... Oh, why not? I couldn't see it clearly because of the smoke, but I suddenly noticed bloodstains on the floor. Bloodstains were scattered throughout the armory, as if Kobashikawa had been wandering around the weapons warehouse after being shot. What are these unnatural bloodstains? It's clear it's Kobashikawa's blood. Just looking at the bloodstains, it seems like he was trying to move around without missing a weapon, rather than trying to run away after being shot. To put it simply, it's so unnatural. Is it reasonable to assume that the culprit created this level of artificial bloodstains by dragging the unconscious Kobashi-kawa around? At this point, I can only think of it as speculation, but there must be some reason why blood traces were left like this. So, meandering bloodstains. Now I can get to it. Kobashi-kawa's body. He is no different from his friends who have died so far. His eyes were empty and cold. I don't think it's too unreasonable for us to survive because he... Do you think it's too unreasonable for us to survive because he died? There's no way that Kobashi-kawa, who had left this world, respond to those who spoke to him in a devastating tone. But the class trial remains, and if we don't find the culprit who killed you, our lives will be... that we worked so hard to survive will fade away again. Definitely find the culprit, Kobashi-kawa. I will never let your death be in vain. He doesn't seem like the type to sacrifice himself. That's the issue. He's not a Gundam. Or a team manager guy. After finishing and expressing my condolences to Kobashi-kawa, I began to examine his body. First of all, a fatal wound could be considered a direct cause of death. That can be considered a direct cause of death is probably the gunshot wound in the chest. In the case of the friends who have died so far, they use objects around them such as hammers, kitchen knives, plaster spears as weapons. But in the case of Kobashi-kawa, he was shot because Monokuma had prepared treasure trove of weapons for murder in an open arsenal. But I don't know how to deal with it because ordinary students like us have never seen a dead body that's been shot. Well, in Japan. Japan is so bubble wrap wrapped. Even if the weapon was a gun, what kind of gun was used to shoot him? There were only just one or two guns in the... There were not just one or two guns in the arsenal. There were a lot of guns. And there was something suspicious other than the gunshot wound on the chest. His right hand, Kobashi-kawa's right hand, His right hand was so badly destroyed that I could not bear to open my eyes. It was literally destroyed. The index and middle fingers were completely cut and crushed, and the remaining fingers and skin were also torn to shreds. So he was holding that gun in the corner and messed his hand up somehow. It is certain that Kobashi-kawa was shot in the chest. What happened to the wound on his right hand? No matter how much I think about it, I don't think my hand would be like this after being hit by a bullet. It feels more like I was caught in an explosion like dynamite rather than a gun. Right, he was holding the gun and it exploded in his hand. And Otori knows. If you look closely, it looks a little tanned. What? Like burnt? First of all, what kind of gun was Kobashi-kawa shot by? And it is urgent to find out the identity of the wound on his right hand. Since I couldn't see anything more and couldn't look at my friend's horrendous body any longer, I decided to get up. So, gunshot in the chest, destroyed right hand. Mekaru, is something I'd like to ask you. Since when did we start talking so freely, and you're so loud again? Get away from me. Still, I thought it would be a little more cooperative. She would be a little more cooperative to overcome the same fate, but it seems that she's gotten worse. In this case, it might be better for Kinjo to cooperate as much as possible in this limited case. Okay. Maeda-kun. Tyra, are you doing any research? I'm sorry. The carcass was so cruel. I understand it's difficult, but you have no choice, so you have to do as much research. We have to do as much research as we can. I know, it's only been about a week since Harkin's incident, so I shouldn't forget it. I'll do my best. Ah, this gun, okay. Oh, what is this? That is a tricky one. At first, I couldn't tell it apart from the blood splattered on the floor, but as I looked closer, I felt something that looked like a remains of something other than blood sitting at my feet. Is it a gun? I can't say for sure because it was so horribly destroyed that almost nothing of the original was left, but I thought it was almost a gun based on the shape of the parts. It was not just destroyed, but each piece was covered in large amounts of blood. This is the gun that exploded in Kobashikawa's hand. Because of this, I was confused with the blood on the floor and couldn't see it clearly. You can destroy something like this if you see something with skin on it. You could break it with your fist. What does that mean? No, I think it's something like tried to shoot it with a barrel clogged or something. Just detonated. No, I have to say something that makes sense. While observing the remains of the destroyed gun, I suddenly noticed something that caught my eye. The bullets are loaded. I checked other guns nearby just in case, but all the magazines were empty. Only this destroyed pistol was loaded with a small amount of bullets. The guns in the armor were basically unloaded and must be loaded separately with bullets hanging on the wall. Since all guns were like that, only this gun was loaded with bullets. Maybe this is the direct weapon. Yeah, but they could have had one bullet in the murder weapon. Seems like a pretty important clue. Let's remember it carefully. This gun. That gun. Oh, there's something here. Blood splatter all over the place. Whoa, what's this? Skin. I thought it was just blood splattered on the gun holder and tried to check its condition, but then I looked closer, I suddenly saw a very strange sight. Fingers. It was clearly a human finger that was hanging out on the stand. And of course, the owner of that finger is Kobashikawa. Apparently, in addition to the gunshot wound to the chest, Kobashikawa's body had a ruptured right hand. In particular, the index and middle fingers were completely ripped off. The fingers stretched out here to prove it. Why are his fingers here? At first glance, there's a place far away from Kobashikawa's body. Judging by the shape of the blood, it seemed to have been accumulating here ever since it was first cut. I'm sure he couldn't have moved his fingers alone. No, on the contrary, it's more likely that the body was moved. The blood stains on the floor are the same. We must also consider the possibility that the killer moved the body for some reason. Or he just shot himself. Severed fingers. Okay. Hopefully that's it. Niranami, are you just standing still? Maeda, what should I do? Is it because of Kobashikawa? It may seem too harsh, but for now I have to no choice but to investigate. Just to survive. Is it to survive? Uranami? No. I have to do it. Usually for Uranami, she's very quiet, and unusual for Uranami, she was very quiet and seemed lost. I think Kobashikawa's death was a big deal to Uranami as it was a bigger deal to Uranami as it was to us. Why are you standing in front of a room? Kinjo, what are you doing in front of this door? Maeda, you arrived at the right time. I was trying to check something just now, but if you don't mind, why don't you we check it out together? What were you trying to check? Just watch for now. It opened. No way, is this room... Ah, Kobashikawa's sleeping room. I briefly borrowed the key from the corpse. Since this incident occurred in an enclosed space with limited movement, it would be a good idea to search everywhere possible. I decided to follow Kinjo and investigate Kobashikawa's sleeping quarters. It's amazing that this room is no different from mine. Wait, look at this. After all, there is something decisive. There's something missing from the paper. This looks planted by Kinjo. It's suspicious. But anyway. Kobashikawa. I have something to say. If you read this once you come to the weapons depot, definitely not trying to kill you. I hope you trust me and come. I'll wait. That sounds so fake. This is... It's a letter written by the criminal. It's the same method as when Maki was first killed. This letter was not completely torn at the time. It is evidence that it cannot be taken away from the criminal's point of view. But there's something that takes a while. Getting caught. If you were me, I'd read this article and go to the armory. Huh? If this letter was sent, it was right after you had captured me and were fighting each other. In that situation, I received this letter from you. This is also the method used by Higamitsuhiro, sending letters down the crack in the door. I can't even tell that from under the crack. The crack in the door? What? That's right, you know it when you see it. There's no reason to deliver a letter face to face, and there's no other way to send a letter in a locked room. I'm sure anyone would think first of calling him out to commit murder. Well, why did Kobashikawa head to the armory? Well, this is Maeda speaking. But maybe he didn't know about it because it was impossible to have a normal accident. That's why he was on the verge of going crazy. No, I was already crazy. What? Who was already crazy? If you look at the origins of the madness, it is due to the fear of starving to death, due to not being able to eat food, and the fear of someone committing murder. In self-defense, due to the fear of death. Since you are in a state of panic based on the premise that you do not want to die, you will judge matters related to death more rationally than usual. But why did Kobashikawa go die? Because he believed... What? Kobashikawa believed it. He believed until the end that no one would commit a murder. Well, we all came close to losing our sense of reason, but Kobashikawa was different. Even though I was insane, I was still against murder until the end. You said the same. Did you say the same thing too? I don't want to ask you, but I'm asking you to do something because everyone is upset. Because it was Kobashikawa like that, he believed in his friends and headed to the armory even though, and decided to come. That's stupid. It's no longer something that can be called trust. It's like jumping to death without being able to judge the situation. Basically, it's like, it should have been obvious that this was a murder because he's seen this done this way before by Higa, right? So he shouldn't have actually gone. That he did was stupid. Which is important. What does that face want from me? I hope that you would have touched saying this was your friendship or of trust. As a result, he died because of that. To prevent that from happening, I stayed away from you like this. Kinjo. No, it's under investigation right now, so you shouldn't get excited based on your personal feelings. Even if we leave the question of why Kobashikawa behaved like that, the letter is an important clue anyway. Just discovering this is a huge achievement. Other than this, I don't seem to see anything special in this room. I'll investigate other places then. See you at the class trial. I thought it was okay, but there's something strange about the way Kinjo acted. If this class trial ends safely and we all survive, I need to have a serious talk with Kinjo. So the letter might have been planted by Kinjo, right? Something's funny going on with Kinjo in the letter. Oh. This is a letter left in Kobashikawa's room. I have something to say to you, Kobashikawa. If you've read this, won't you come to the weapons depot? I'm definitely not trying to kill you. I hope you can trust to come. Hope you trust me and come. I'll wait. It is written. So let it be written. One more person to talk to here. Kurukawa. Something like, what are you doing in a place like this? Rough. You can't do it roughly? Maeda. What I want you to hear. The problem of alibi. I kept watching the hallway during the early hours of the morning. Kibukawa? Katuk. Okay. Oh, it's okay. If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to eat it and would feel like death. That doesn't mean Does that mean you didn't sleep? It's okay, I'm used to it. Used to it? Alibi. My room is next to the armory. Unfortunately, because of the soundproofing, I can't hear the sounds inside the armory, but I can hear the sound of the weapons door opening and closing. What did you see? Who went into the armory? I heard, but I can't even see you from this room. But I could see in the moment it passed in front of the door. it's right next to the armory anyway, so that's not it. If I passed by Kurokawa's quarters, I would have headed straight to the armory. No. This is the hallway on the left side of the hallway in front of the armory. Due to the structure of the ballroom, if you go back to the other side and enter the armory, you can move without being seen by Kurokawa. Yes. But at least the ones I've seen, it seems they all passed by my door. Well, who was that? One name is Kobashikawa. And the rest, I will tell you in the trial. I suddenly remembered to research something. I didn't know, but thanks to Kurokawa, maybe this case can be solved quite easily. Aside from that, I'm also worried about Kurokawa's body. I'm always anxious because she looks weak. I wonder if she could be okay since she couldn't eat or sleep this time. Washikawa's account. That's it. It's already time, since this incident only happened in the ballroom anyway. There isn't much to investigate. Then, please gather everyone in front of the class trial, in front of the courtroom. The research time is already over. It's still too short. I don't think I have a good feel for it yet. But I can't help it. I did my best to investigate. All that's left is to use what I've investigated so far to work with everyone to deduce the culprit. Everyone was there. Surliness. Gapingness. Surliness. Say, "Oh, Maeda. Let's start the trial." Maeda, you came. There was only silence, except for Otori. The atmosphere is very awkward. While they were in the ballroom, they were fighting so hard that it was worthy of being called a lawless area, so it would be natural. Above all, the number of people was too small. Including me, one of them is the culprit who killed Kobashikawa. Even if the trial passes safely, the culprit will be executed, and only 6 of us will be left. 6 of us is a number that did not feel realistic. May the number of our heads decrease to this extent. Like an army falling one by one by one. Yes. Seems like you've all gathered together. Well, the number has definitely decreased a lot by now, so it's easier to manage, but everyone's tension isn't too low. So exciting events like the class trials can be a bit more lively. It's not fun when you don't have any reactions. Well, it's already the beginning of class trial number 4, so you can take the elevator down. Anyway, we have to get over this class trial for now. The rest will come later. Even in this colorful atmosphere, each person has a face that looks like they have decided on something. Different thoughts intersect with each other, and we once again encounter the hell of a class trial. And near impossible panic talk action minigame-like things. With Kobashikawa-kun's death, he barely escapes from the ballroom. We barely escaped from the ballroom and the risk of starvation, but I am not happy at all and can only survive through someone else's sacrifice. The class trial is also a system in which everyone survives by sacrificing one criminal. I'm so sad that I have to do this again. Kobaching. Let's go. This incident is... No, there's no need to think about it complicatedly. Don't worry about what I'm saying, it's nothing. Let's go. I wondered if this elevator, which at first felt so narrow that it felt crowded, was now this wide. In the heavy silence, I looked at everyone other than me, one by one. Kinjo is now completely in trial mode. In this state, Kinjo's words and actions are completely different from usual. He only uses his head to overcome the incident in front of him. But it is because of his mood that he looks somewhat worried. Iranami, who never lost her bright appearance, still could not get over the shock of losing Kobashikawa. Her dejected appearance, which was uncharacteristic of Iranami, made the hearts of those who saw her hurt. Kurukawa was also the same as me. She just stayed silent, and I couldn't even tell what she was thinking. Tyra looked very tired. She didn't want to lose any more friends or go through a class trial. Those feelings seemed to be reflected on her face. Otori was restless. After this incident, it felt like that Otori's appearance was somehow strange. But if you think about it, Otori was like this every time he was tried. It's not unusual. Mekaru didn't say what that she would watch over our digging like usual. But she was thinking deeply about something, which is uncharacteristic of Mekaru. Is there something blocking this incident? She has something she can't figure out. Different thoughts and beliefs intersect with each other. At the point where only our names are left, we have different thoughts, but we must get over it. Only us are left. The hellish fourth class trial. The elevator stops. As we had promised, we take our steps at the same time without any special signal toward the all too familiar class trial. I've been waiting for you. It's been a long time since you guys have done this. We met a little while ago, right after the murder case occurred. No, I'm talking about meeting the courtroom, because more than a week has passed since the last class trial. And said this courtroom is decorated more nicely than usual. It's all gold now. Stop talking nonsense and let's get started. I'm always getting scolded, but this time it's especially thorny. What do you think, Maeda? Do you want to... What do you know? Just start, as Mekaru said. Even my etiquette is cruel to me. Well, this should be showing your troubled feelings. Then I will start right away as you wish. Please move to your seats. Okay, let's get started right away. An exciting, exciting class trial to uncover the truth behind the ballroom incident that lasted over a week for a long time. The only thing that has different than usual is Monokuma. Each of us was more serious. That was not different than usual is Monokuma. Each of us was more serious than usual. Nervousness about the trial, loss of a friend, concerns about faith. The reasons were different, but anyway, we were here for the class trial. After all, what's left is to use all the knowledge we have to find the culprit. Kobashikawa and he were like licorice in the drugstore, even among us whose relationship was turning bleak. Together with Iranami, he always showed a bright side, and at the same time, his love for his friend was more than twice as deep as that of others. As a result, thanks to his death, we were able to survive by eating food, but Kobashikawa could never eat food again. It may have been an inevitable choice for survival, but in the end, the culprit ended up killing Kobashikawa. If we don't find the culprit, we will all die. The trial finally begins in an atmosphere filled with silence. A deadly trial. A deadly deception. A deadly betrayal. A deadly explanation. A deadly excuse or something. A deadly trust. I don't know if these words were. A deadly risk. Or just a deadly class trial. And then save the game in 14. Okay, that was really sloppy. I'm sorry, I made that really, really sloppy. I don't know, I just wasn't feeling the rigor today. As far as who did it, I don't really have anything going right now. I'll think about it and come back to it. I will replay this chapter on the Zephyrin build. The thing is, though, I know the Zephyrin build crashes has a hard crash, or at least I think it does, some point in chapter 4. I don't know where it is. It might be in the trial, but it might be before the trial. We'll see what happens. We'll go until it crashes. And then we'll just finish off in the regular build very difficultly. Yeah. And I'll see you then.